If not, we will pass today and pass. Moving to the reign of James I and lot 9, with this unite of 20 shillings, and I see 3,400 comes in, new place, on Spink Live at 3,400 now. This very fine example at 3,400. If we're all done, we'll sell to Spink Live at 3,000, no we're not, 3,600. They come back, the auto bidder back in again at 3,800 now, at 3,800. Steadily climbing now to $3,800. If we're all done, I will sell, no we're not, 4,000 now, 4,200. Quickly back at 4,200 now. This London Struck example at 4,200 now. And we hold at 4,200, fair warning, and sold 4,200.
1-3.
Thank you. Moving to lot 10, and we move on to the reign of Charles I. For this Group B Unite, very fine example here, and I see $1,700 is bid at $1,700 now. Who wants to take on the auto bidder? And they do, new place at 1,800, at 1,800 now. For this very fine example, at 1,800. Still with our maiden Spink Live bidder at 1,800. If we're all done, the gavel goes up. Fair warning, and sold 1,800.
1-3.
1-38, same bidder. Moving on to lot 11, and we move to the reign of Charles II with our first of the guineas on offer today. This example from 1683, perhaps the most famous of the series. And we see 3,800 is bid at 3,800. For this very fine example, pleasing very fine, at 3,800. If we're all done, we hold at £3,800, fair warning, and sold 3,800.
1-3.
1-34, lovely. Moving on to lot 12 and the reign of James II with this rather fantastic, extremely rare Royal African Company guinea of 1686. Please note that the rarity comes from the fact we have a first laureate head here. And I see 6,000 is bid at £6,000, so this excessively rare, and 6.5 comes in. You'll have to go one more Spink Live with the auto bidder at $6,500. With a provenance going back to Spink in 1974. This example unlisted in MCE, EGC and Schneider, holding with the auto bidder at 6.5. We'll go 6.8. 6.8 on the floor, please, and go 6.8. On the floor in London at 6,800. 7,100 comes back. We're going up in 300s now. Could we change it to going up in, yeah. Okay.
I'm making it even 7 too.
Okay. Okay, so I've got 6.8 on the floor. So 6.8 with you, sir, on the floor. So we'll go up in 100s, please, from here. So 6.8 on the floor, so please offer them 6.9 on Spink Live. So 6.9 comes back on Spink Live. Would you like to go one more? 7,000 called on the floor, at 7,000 on the floor now. At 7,000 on the floor, Spink Live, do you want to go one more? At 7,000 now. And they do. 7.1 comes back. 7.2, sir? 7.2 on the floor. On the floor here at $7,200. And holding, if we're all done, I will sell. 7.3 comes back on Spink Live at 7.3. 7.4, shake the head, nod of the head. On the floor at 7.4. At $7,400 now. And holding, if we're all done Spink Live, no we're not. We come back, steadily climbing to 7,500. And they're out on the floor, holding now on Spink Live at $7,500. at 7.5, fair warning, and sold 7.5.
1-6.
1-6-1. Lovely. Moving on to lot 13. Still remaining with the reign of James II here, another guinea of 1686 with the second taller laureate head, about very fine here at 2,400. Any advance on 2,400? Holding now at £2,400. If we're all done, I will hold at $2,400. Fair warning, and sold 2-4.
1-3.
Lovely. Moving on to lot 14, and we speed onto the reign of William and Mary. Another guinea on offer here of 1690, and I see $5,000 is bid with the auto bidder. Any advance on 5,000? This very fine scarce example at $5,000. If the pre-bidding has done it, we hold at 5,000. Fair warning, and sold 5,000.
1-3.
1-3-4, same bidder. Moving on to lot 15, and we move to the reign of William III, with another guinea of 1701. And I see £900 is bid. Any advance on $900? At $900. With Spink Live, absentee bidder at $900. If there's no protest, I will sell. Fair warning, and sold $900.
1-2.
Thank you. Moving on to lot 16, still remaining with William III, but this time a crown of 1700. Devo Decimo on the edge, and I see no bids at present. I'm looking for $1,200. Any interest at $1,200? This handsomely toned, extremely fine example. Any interest at $1,200? We're in dollars today. Any interest? If not, we will pass today. Moving on to lot 17 with the Anne Post Union Guinea of 1712, and I see $2,400 is bid. Any advance on $2,400 now? This nearing very fine example. Looks like all the Spink Live bids have got in before us today at $2,400 and holding. If there's no protest, I will sell. Fair warning, and sold $2,400.
1-3-4.
1-3-4, lovely. Moving on to the Hanoverians now with lot 18 and another guinea on offer today, this time 1722, and I see 1,700 comes in. Whizzing all the way up now to 1,700. This very fine example, and 18 with the auto bidder. Spink Live, you'll need to go again with the auto bidder at 1,800. At 1,800 and holding. This very fine example at 1,800 with the auto bidder. If we're done, I will sell to paddle 34. Fair warning, and sold 1,800.
1-3-4.
Thank you. Moving on to lot 19 and onto the reign of George II, this time with a half guinea, dated 1760, and I see $800 is bid. Who wants to take on the pre-bidder? And they do. 900 back with the pre-bidder. Spink Live, you'll need to go one more. 1,000 is called back with the pre-bidder. This last year of issue type at £1,400 now. Still with my auto bidder at 1,400, 1,500, 1,600 still with the auto bidder. Will you catch them up eventually? Still with the auto bidder at $1,600. And holding with paddle 99. If we're all out of puff on Spink Live, I will sell. Fair warning, and sold $1,600.
1-9.
Thank you. Moving on to lot 20. A rose guinea here of George III, dated 1774. And I see $1,200 is bid. Any advance on $1,200? This very fine issue. Struck in a critical year in Anglo-American relations, and 1,300 back with the auto bidder. with the British Parliament ratifying the Intolerable Acts in response to the Boston Tea Party, at $1,300 now, with the auto bidder and holding this 1774 guinea, 1400. Spink Live comes in at 1400 now, holding on Spink Live at $1,400. Fair warning, and sold 1400.
1-152.
152, lovely. Moving on to lot 21, remaining with the reign of George III, with our nice run of rose and spade guineas here. This example from 1775, fourth head example here, and I see $1,500 is bid at $1,500 now. Another key year in Anglo-American relations and holding at 1,500 for this bold, fine example, 1,600 with the auto bidder. Spink Live, you'll need to go again. If you want this 1775 key date example, holding at 1,600 now. Fair warning, and sold 1,600.
1-99.
1-99, lovely. Moving on to lot 22, another rose guinea, moving to 1776 here, and I see 1,300 is bid. Any advance on 1,300, 1,400, straight back with the auto bidder at 1,400. Spink Live, you'll need to bid again at 1,400 now. For this very fine example, holding at $1,400. If we're all done, I will sell to the auto bidder. Fair warning, and sold 1,400.
1-79.
1-79, lovely. Moving on to lot 23 and onto our spade guineas here. This issue from 1788, and I see 1,200 is bid at $1,200. Any advance on 1,200? This only fine example, but still an interesting year in the history of our two countries at $1,200. If we're all done, I will sell to the pre-bidder. Fair warning, and sold 1,200.
1-115.
115, lovely. Moving on to lot 24, another spade guinea here, dated 1789, the inauguration year of George Washington, and I see £1,000 is bid at £1,000. Dollars at $1,000. Would have been pounds back in the day, but dollars here today at $1,000. Any advance? If not, still with the auto bidder at $1,000. Fair warning, and sold.
1-61.
1-61, lovely. And lot 25. Another example here of 1793 spade guinea, and I see $1,200 is bid at $1,200 now. Who wants to take on the auto bidder at $1,200? For this very fine example at $1,200 and holding. If we're all done, I will sell at $1,200. Fair warning, and sold.
1-22.
1-22, lovely. And that concludes our section of British coins today as we move on to the Portuguese offering with the reign of Pedro II and this gold 4,000 wreaths of 1699. Note, we've got the open 9 variety. I'm okay with this one, but I can take this one. Thank you. Okay, that's all right. Right. We see $950 on Spink Live. Any advance on 950? At 950 now for this 1699 4,000 wreaths. Holding at $950. Fair warning. And sold 950.
1-115.
115, lovely. All right, hang on one moment. As we move on to lot 27, another 4,000 wreaths here, this time dated 1700. And I'm looking for $800. 800 comes in, new place on Spink Live. With paddle 213 on Spink Live now. For this about very fine example. Still holding at $800. If we're all done, fair warning, and sold $800.
1-213.
Thank you. Moving on to lot 28, still remaining with the Second Portuguese Empire, and another 6,400 wreaths on offer. This example dated 1769, for Jose the First, and I'm looking for $1,500. Any interest in this good, very fine example? Looking for $1,500. If there's no protest, then we will pass today. Pass. Lot 29, Pedro III this time, another of the same denomination, 6,400 Reis, dated 1780, very fine example. Any interest again at $1,500? Any Portuguese fans out there today? Any interest at $1,500? If not, I will pass today. Pass. Moving on to lot 30. And this time I do see $1,500 is bid for the 1793 6,400 Reis at $1,500. With the absentee bidder and holding at $1,500. If we're all done, I will sell. Fair warning. And sold $1,500.
1-2 free.
1-2 free again. Lot 31. And we have the 4,000 Reis of 1816. Good, very fine, and only 7,522 issued. So for this slightly scarcer mintage, I see new place at $900. At $900 on Spink Live. Back on Spink Live at $900 now and holding. If we're all done, I will sell. Fair warning. And sold $900.
1-2-1.
213 again, thank you. And lot 32 takes us onto our French offering today. We start with this half écu of 1649. A new place comes in at $700. At $700 now. For this PCGS graded MS63. Extremely fine example at $700 and holding. If we're all done, I will sell to Spink Live at $700. Fair warning. And sold $700.
1-6-2.
1-6-2. Lovely. Lot 33. Move to the French gold on offer today with this double Louis d'Or, 1747, struck at Strasbourg. And I see $1,800 is bid. Any advance on $1,800? With the auto bidder at $1,800. For this very fine example, a hint of reddish tone at $1,800. Still holding now at $1,800. Fair warning. And sold $1,800.
1-7.
1-7-4. Moving on to lot 34. And another double Louis d'Or on offer today. This example dated 1786. And I see $1,700 is bid at $1,700. This very fine example. Who wants to take on the auto bidder at $1,700? If we're all done, I will sell. Fair warning. And sold $1,700.
1-120.
120, lovely. Lot 35. Still remaining with France, another double Louis d'Or here, 1786, struck at Bordeaux, and I see $1,700 is bid, with the auto bidder at $1,700 now. This fair to fine example at $1,700. Still with the auto bidder, if we're all done, I will sell. Fair warning. And sold $1,700.
1-120.
Thank you. Lot 36, another double Louis d'Or here, this time of the same year, also struck at Bordeaux, and I see $1,700 is bid. That's $1,700. For this fine example, at $1,700. Again, with the auto bidder, if we're all done, I will sell. Fair warning. And sold $1,700.
1-120.
Thank you. Lot 37. Then we move to the Napoleonic era with this 100 francs of 1858. And I see 3,600 is bid at 3,600. For this issue struck during a rather interesting period in French American history during the Civil War. And I see 3,600 and holding. With the auto bidder at $3,600. If we're all done, I will sell. Fair warning. And sold 3,600.
1-8.
1-84, lovely. And we move on to the Netherlands with this 14 golden, $1,749, and I see $1,600 is bid. Any advance on 1,600? This bolder, very fine example, struck at Dordrecht at 1,600. If we're all done, new place at 1,700 now. Paddle 66 coming in at 1,700. This 14 golden and 18 now. Paddle 72 comes back, climbing steadily to 1,800 now. At 1,800 and holding, with paddle 72, if we're all done, paddle goes up, fair warning, and sold 1,800.
1-7.
72, thank you. Lot 39, another 14 golden on offer, this time dated 1763, and I see 1,100. 1,100 is bid. This bolder, very fine example at 1,100. With the auto bidder at $1,100, 1,200, new place, paddle 66 at 1,200 now. At 1,200 and holding, to the maiden Spink Live bidder at $1,200, fair warning, and sold.
1-66.
1-66. Moving on to lot 40, our first top hop on offer today, with this 2 ducats of 1658. Rather fantastic example here, graded MS 61, and I see 2,200 is bid now. Any advance on 2,200, 2,400, back with the auto bidder. Spink Live, you'll need to go again with the auto bidder at $2,400 now. Provenance going back to Kunker in 2002, 2,600. Spink Live has it at 2,600 now. For this top pop 2 ducat at $2,600 and holding. If we're all out of puff, I will sell to paddle 52 at $2,600. Fair warning, and sold 2,600.
1-5.
Thank you. Moving on to lot 41, another fantastic grade here, NGC MS64. A ducat of 1729, and I see 1,500 is bid. Forget the estimates, we're already at 1,500. For this MS64 extremely fine example, at 1,500 now. Any protest, and there is 1,600, 1,700. At $1,700 now, and holding. For this MS64 example, at 1,700. Fair warning, and sold 1,700.
1-5.
Lovely. Moving on to lot 42, and we have the PCGS AU58 gold 6 stuvas of 1750, a rather rare issue and in good, extremely fine condition. And I'm looking for $5,000. Any interest from the room or Spink Live at $5,000 for this golden rarity? Any interest at 5,000? Don't see these all too often. If there's no interest today, we will pass and pass. Lot 43, another top pop, this time for the provincial gold pattern, double ducat, and I see a new place at $2,200. On Spink Live now at 2,200. For this MS62 top pop at 2,200. And holding at £2,200. If we're all done, I will sell. Fair warning, and sold 2,200.
1-58.
Thank you. Lot 44, another top pot. There's plenty on offer today. Again, this time for the provincial pattern gold issue, and I see $850 is bid at $850 now. Forget the estimate. The auto bidding has taken us up to $850. This MS62 provincial pattern at $850. Extremely fine and holding at $850 with the auto bidder. Fair warning, and sold $850.
1-111.
111, all the ones, lovely. Moving on to lot 45, still remaining with the Netherlands, but this time moving onto the silver issues with this 1759 Do It, and I see $190 is bid. 200 is called now at $200 now. For this Top Pop MS63 at $200. This rather interesting design here at $220 now. At $220, $240, climbing up to $240, and $260 is called at $280 now. Considered bidding, taking us up to $280. At $280, and holding for this Top Pop at $280 now. If we're all done, I will sell to paddle 72. Fair warning, and sold 280.
1-7.
72, thank you. Moving on to lot 46, and we have this 14 Gordon of 1761, single year of issue type, and I see $950 is bid. Who wants to tackle the auto bidder at $950? For this very fine example, single year of issue at $950. If we're all done, we will sell to the auto bidder at $950. Fair warning, and sold $950.
1-7.
72 again, lovely. Lot 47, and we have this rather lovely ducat of 1777, and I see 460 is bid at 460 now. This very fine example at 460. Holding now at 460. If the pre-bidding has done it, I will sell at fair warning and sold 460.
1-4.
1-4, thank you. Moving on to lot 48, and my book is well and truly out as we steam all the way up to $1,200 at $1,200 now. For this ducat of 1792, graded MS63, not quite a top pot, but still a lovely example, and I see 1,400 now with the auto bidder at 1,400 now, and 1,500 is called. Still with the auto bidder at 1,500. This MS63 and 1,600 Spink Live has it with paddle 152 at $1,600 now. If we're all done, we hold at 1,600. Fair warning, and sold 1,600.
1-152.
152. Lot 49, and we have the pattern gold 2 Stuvers here, dated 1752, struck at Utrecht, and I see $4,000 is bid at $4,000. Again, forget the estimate, we've powered all the way up to $4,000 for this AU55 extremely fine example at $4,000 and holding. It looks as if the pre-bidding has done it, holding at $4,000. Fair warning, and sold 4,000.
1-111.
111, lovely. Moving on to lot 50, and we return to the provincial gold issues, this time a Stuver of 1768, struck at Middleburg, and I see $440 is bid at $440 now. Who wants to tackle the auto bidder? And they do 460, 480 at 480 now. Jumping all the way up to 550 at 550, 650 now. Still with the auto bidder at 650. This scarce type and 700, 750, whizzing all the way up to 1100, 1300. They've woken up 1500 now for this scarce provincial issue at 1500. Moment of pause. No, we're not. We're off again. 1900 now, with the auto bidder at 2,200. At $2,200, leaping all the way up to $2,200 for this scarce type at 2,200. Still with the auto bidder as we hold. Still holding now at $2,200. If we're all done, fair warning, and sold 2,200. Lovely.
1-111.
111 again. Thank you. Moving on to lot 51. MS62 example here for the West Friesland ducat of 1634. And I see 1,500 is bid at 1,500 now. For this good, very fine example at 1,500. Plenty of pre-bidding, taking us all the way up to 1,500. If we're all done, holding at $1,500. Fair warning, and sold 1,500.
1-88.
1-88, lovely. And with lot 52, we move on to our short but rather lovely run of medals here. And we have the Peace of Breda example, silver medal struck in 1667, and I see $900 is bid at $900 for this medal, which honours the transfer of power of New Amsterdam from the Dutch to the British, and I see $900 is bid. Still holding. If we're all done, I will sell for 900. Fair warning, and sold 900.
1-102.
Thank you. Moving on to lot 53, and we have the Spanish wreck of Conception recovered. Voucher medal here, 1687, and $500 is bid. These medals awarded to those who helped in the recovery of the shipwreck, and $550 now, at $550 new place on Spink Live. At $550. Only in fine condition, but rather scarce, at $550. Still holding with paddle 177. If we're all done, I will sell for $550. Fair warning, and sold $550.
1-1.
Lovely. And we move on to lot 54 with this white metal medal for the capture of Eustatius in 1781. Rather charming little design here, and we power all the way up to $440 at $440. This charming little medal, extremely fine and rare. I see $460 on the floor, at $460 now, on the floor at $460. $480 comes back with the auto bidder. $500 is called back on the floor. $550 back with the auto bidder. $600 on the floor now at $600. Still holding now, on the floor at $600. $650 comes back, new place, at $650 on Spink Live. $700 is called, back on the floor at $700 now. Still holding at $700. If we're all done, I will sell to the floor. Fair warning, and sold $700 to paddle 178. Thank you. And we move on to our first of our paper offerings today. So we start with this rare early map of the United States, circa 1600, and I see $750 comes in. New place at $750 now. For this rare and groundbreaking early map, showing the Northwest Passage at the top at $1,800 now, at $1,800. $850 comes back at $850 now, at $850. Climbing steadily to $850. By Matthias Quad at $900 now. For this early map maker at $900 and $950. Straight back at $950. Pausing now at $950. 1,000 is called at 1,000 now. Considered bidding taking us up to 1,100. 1,100 now. This rather charming early map at 1,100, 1,200. They're battling it out. 1,300 is called now. Back with paddle 170 at 1,300. Paddle 54 comes back in at 1,400. And 1,500 now. They won't let it go at 1,500. With paddle 170 at £1,500. If we're all done, we hold at $1,500 at $1,500. Fair warning, and sold $1,500.
1-1.
Thank you. Moving on to lot 56. Another early map on offer today, this time a hand-coloured example. The only map produced by Gerard Mercator, finished after his grandfather who started this, and I see $700 is bid at $700 now. This rather nice early hand-coloured map at $700. At $700 now, depicting South America and the New Indies, dated circa 1613 to 1630. Holding with paddle 54 at $700 now. If we're all done, I will sell. Fair warning, and sold. I saw 750 on the hammer. We'll open the lots back up again, but please bid quicker. So with paddle 126 at 750, paddle 54, this is now your chance to come back in at $750. Holding still at 750. If we're all done, they do. $800 comes back at $800 now. Holding at $800. If we're all done, the gavel goes up. Fair warning, and sold 800. 1-5. Thank you. And moving now onto this satirical pair with lot 57. And I see $100 is bid at $100. Any advance on $100? 110, 120. Back with the auto bidder at $120. 140 I see with the auto bidder, 150, 160, 170. Climbing all the way up now to 170. Sell room's trying, 180 still on Spink Live, 180 now on Spink Live. Any protest from sale room or on Spink Live? If not, holding now at $180. Fair warning, and sold 180.
1-5.
Thank you. Moving on to lot 58, and we have some American Railway memorabilia here with this Union Pacific Railroad Company payroll ledger. And I see $80 is bid for this early piece of Americana Railway history at $80. Any advance on $80? If railways are your thing, this is the lot for you at $80. Holding at $80. Fair warning, and sold $80.
1-4.
Lovely. Moving on to lot 59. And we have here a collection of inscribed and signed cabinet photographs of the leading members of the first Cleveland cabinet. And I see $700 is bid with the absentee bidder at $700. Plenty of pieces to go through here in this fantastic cabinet, holding at $700. If we're all done, I will sell. Fair warning, and sold $700.
1-1.
Thank you. And we come to lot 60, a group of 5 numismatic books here relating to all different parts of American numismatic literature. We have issues on Bryan money, store cards, merchant tokens, early medals, and I see $240 is bid. $280 now, jumping all the way up to $280. This nice addition to your numismatic library at $280 now. Also including the works by Jameson on Indian chief medals and medals awarded to African and other chiefs. I see $300 now, back with bidder 54 at $300. Also works on Benjamin Franklin in terracotta at $300 now for this group of 5 and holding. If we're all done, I will sell for $300. Fair warning, and sold $300. To pedal 154, lovely. And with that, I pass over to Greg for our lovely collection of presidential signatures. And the iPad is working.
Oh, it is?
There's a new one.
Oh, lovely. Oh, splendid. Oh, well, I can sell without the gavel. Thank you. Excellent. So I will. Lovely. Trust your headset. I'll put that down. I'll put that up. Oh, lovely. Whilst I fixate on solving this, I see bids already tumbling in, which is fantastic. Yeah, you can keep bidding as I just solved myself here. Oh, it's just gone off. Oh, we're good. We're all good. There we go. Splendid. The joys of the sale. There we go. And of course, I have to dust out my splendid bow tie for such an occasion. It's not every day that you celebrate an anniversary, and as you've seen in our podcast, and I do recommend outside the auction, of course, going and having a look at that. Both myself and my colleague Ellie in our banknote division, or paper currency for you specialists out there in America, have very much enjoyed looking at over 250 years of American currency. both coins and, of course, paper, as well as the preamble history to the Americas, which Georgie so adeptly put us through, going through the Spanish, the French, the English, the Dutch, the Germans, the Portuguese, all in the melting pot mix, which is the wonderful story of America come 1776. And where does it lead us? It leads us, of course, to our commanders-in-chief and this fantastic collection, all put together and presented to His Royal Highness Prince Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud, the Saudi Arabian ambassador to the United States between 1983 and 2005, and directly gifted to him by the former Chief of the White House Staff, James Addison Baker III, who also served as the 67th Secretary of the Treasury, and both the 10th and 15th White House Secretaries of Staff under President Ronald Reagan. As you can see, these are all uniformly presented, and for those in the showroom, you'll have the benefit of seeing a fantastic run of autographs and historical documents and memorabilia relating to your commanders-in-chief, your POTUS. And we start with none other than perhaps the most legendary of them all, the first President of the United States, George Washington. And complementing this snippet signature, sold as is, in frame, not inspected outside, we have the first inaugural Confederate button for his inauguration in 1789, and a wonderful second inaugural medal from 1793 as a token. A wonderful group with a unique pedigree from the 1980s, never before seen at the market. $4,600 is bid. Is there any advance on $4,600, $4,800? We move at $4,800 now, at $4,800. My screen has gone totally black. Let me just sort that out. There we go. 5,500, 6,000. It does not matter. We are looking at George Washington's signature with that first inauguration button and that post-colonial brass success token from 1792. And the bidders love it on Spink Live at $7,000. That's $7,000 now. Two of you battling it out on Spink Live for this, the ultimate POTUS to have. Number one at $7,000 between new paddle 92 and new paddle 199. You're battling it out with this wonderful provenance. A diplomatic gift from the White House Chief of Staff, $8,000 is called, thank you, not seen on the open market since at least the mid-1980s. During the Reagan administration, at $8,000 now. We're getting into our stride paddle 92. Do you want to come back? It's $8,000 against you. At $8,000 for George Washington. The snippet signature, the inaugural button from his 1789. Thank you very much, at $8,500. First inauguration. What more history and story could you get than these objects in one frame at $8,500? Do I see $9,000 from you, 199? It's $8,500 against you right now. Sold here live in London, but for the benefit of our friends, colleagues, and collectors all over the world, but particularly in the United States of America, on this celebratory auction at $8,500. Are we all done? Are you absolutely sure, 199? You have plenty of time to think about it, but the gavel must come up. We have an auction here. At $8,500 then, for the George Washington signature. Last and final call against you, 199 at $8,500, a spectacular opening price to start our Commanders-in-Chief series at $8,500. It's sold. Thank you very much.
1-92.
1-92. Lovely. And the underbidder was 199. Hard luck as we move on to your third President of the United States, another famous figure known on both sides of the pond. It's Thomas Jefferson. Familiar, of course, on your July 4th quarter at the moment, causing all the rage for collectors quarter hunting and quarter roll hunting. But here we have a wonderful bronze copper restrike Indian Peace Medal designed by John Reich. In fact, the first in a series of these Indian Peace Medals that were struck for the benefit of presidential inaugurations. This one again, sold as is, not inspected outside of the frame. Again, presented to His Royal Highness Prince Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud as the Saudi Arabian ambassador to Washington, and we have $3,000 bid. That's $3,000. And of course, peace and friendship, that invocation famous to Thomas Jefferson, $3,600 is called. At $3,600 as one of the first in the United States, the first men, the benefit of using that free frank postal cover, the benefit of that as well to one of his long-term correspondees, the Honourable Richard Peters, a lifelong friend of Thomas Jefferson, with correspondence documented going from the 1790s all the way through to his death in 1809 and beyond, from Richard Peters, famous horticulturalist and botanicist in early America. $3,800 is bid at $3,800 for the Thomas Jefferson Postal cover with the free frank mail, probably dating to the 1790s. Look at that cover, New York, June 13th. A free frank postal mail signed by Thomas Jefferson in his classic style, TH with the colon stop. $3,800 is bid. Are we absolutely sure? Are we all done? 113. It's against you at the moment at $3,800. Fantastic price for this. Forget those opening attractive estimates as they are. It's $3,800 on Spink Live then, and we'll sell it if there is no further protest at $3,800. Last and final call at $3,800. Thank you very much. 3,800.
1-180.
Congratulations to 180. And of course, with this preamble, it gives me one opportunity to mention, of course, that our celebratory auction does not finish just today. We have our focus today, but of course, we have a magnificent dozen or baker's dozen of North American interest military medals coming up for sale with our medal colleagues tomorrow. Featured in that sale, lot 90 to 98, notable offerings for the North American interested collector. From lot 90, the beautiful Georgian gold and enameled mourning ring in memory of Rear Admiral of the Red, Samuel James Ballard. And his long and illustrious career saw him participate in the glorious 1st of June through the invasion of Guadeloupe, the siege of Porto-Ferraro, and indeed the American War of Independence itself. Further lots of interest, lot 91, the Naval General Service Medal to Ordinary Seaman James French, a magnificent piece of storytelling. I do recommend that you look after this sale at my colleague Robert's introduction to that, both in the medal round table, but also the write-up, a wonderful story. Petitioned as a pensioner in order to get access to more funds for his admiral work at the infamous capture of the USS Chesapeake by HMS Shannon, where it denotes not only his action and boarding of the Chesapeake, but also which gun he was attached to on the main deck. Fantastic story. Absolutely recommend that as well. Lot 92, the Naval General Service, the Ordinary Seaman Guest, who participated in the bloody frigate battle between HMS Endymion and the USS President, one of the last engagements of the War of 1812. And some very rare and exciting military general service medals for recipients for Chateauguay and Chrysler's Farm. And to the end of that sale, some historically important Canadian General Service medals and an American Congressional Medal of Honor. So I very much welcome you to not only engage in today's sale, but that tomorrow. And whilst I've been giving you that preamble, very kindly and courteously, 126 has been bidding up your 4th Commander-in-Chief, James Madison. Of course, perhaps he's been superseded by his First Lady, of course, the president at the time of the War of 1812, and Dolly Madison's famous action to save the portrait of George Washington as the White House burned in August 1814. And the reason we call the White House, because it was painted after being singed black by the British. $1,500 is bid at $1,500. You cannot get more storied than this. $1,600, $1,700. Thank you. They've been waiting in turn. Go again, 113. James Madison, an iconic president with an even more iconic First Lady, Dolly Madison. $1,800 it is, $1,800. And here he is, signing himself a check at 18. Where's that check dated? February 13th, 1815, an extremely early Bank of Columbia check at $1,800. Is there any more? 110, you've been bested. It's $1,800 for the President James Madison. Check signature and white metal medal from the Presidential Residences Series, struck by George Hampden Lovett in New York City for the first 13 presidents. And $1,800 is bid at $1,800. Are we all done now then? Are we selling it at $1,800? President James Madison, a 2-term president, famous, of course, for his period during the War of 1812. At $1,800 then, a fantastic thing to own at $1,800. We will sell it. Thank you very much, $1,800.
1-113.
Fantastic. All different bidders, all new homes these are going to. We move on to James Monroe, perhaps known best for the Monroe Doctrine and America's expansionist and globalist view of the world. Only recently challenged, but look at this. A wonderful and rare Peace and Friendship Restrike Indian Peace Medal by M. First after John Reich. And we go straight in $1,000 for the 5th President of the United States, James Monroe. A 1-term president, 2-term rather, president, 1817 to 1825. $1,000 is bid at $1,000 for that 75mm medal. $1,100 at $1,100 at $1,100 at $1,100. Excuse me, 51mm is the recording. $1,100. Is there any advance from you, 113, for the 5th President, James Monroe, at $1,100? Feted throughout history ever since for his doctrine, even if he wasn't necessarily the main arbiter of it, at $1,100, at $1,100. On Spink Live then, you've been maxed out 113, it's against you at $1,100. You will need more. It's $1,100 against you. Last and final call for President James Monroe's check signature and inauguration restrike Indian Peace Medal. Last and final call. Thank you very much.
1-112.
Congratulations there. And we move on to lot 65. My personal favourite, if you can have that for presidents of the United States. This particular example with, as I mentioned, both in the podcast, which again I recommend you go and look at after the sale, perhaps listen to in the background whilst you're bidding, up to you, is the John Quincy Adams check signed at the Bank of the Metropolis, the city of Washington, on the 8th of June 1820, paying Overton Carr. Why is that important? That very check does not exist within the Massachusetts Historical Society's own records of John Quincy Adams' estate. Of course, they are proud curators of his meticulous 68-year diary. And within that diary, not only do we have the mention of the 8th of June 1820, but the very reason why this check was presented to Overton Carr, the chief cashier of the Patriotic Bank, and why John Quincy Adams was spending $1,459.85. You remember us mentioning James Madison and Dolly Madison? Well, this very check was used to pay for the share in the house that James Madison and Dolly Madison once owned. A president buying the house of another president. An incredible financial instrument. Why is it important? That very check was used to buy a house that James and Dolly Madison frequented after the burning of the White House in 1814. And this very house was also used to celebrate the 9th anniversary of the Battle of New Orleans, the end of the War of 1812. This very check is perhaps one of the most important financial documents, unrecorded elsewhere, available for private collectors. And we come in at $1,500, an incredible piece of American history within 50 years at $1,500. I'm sure there is more at $1,500, $1,600, thank you. Storied, documented, ascertained. And again, our very, very kind regards and thanks to the Massachusetts Historical Society for all of their intensive investigations and checking against their own records for this at $1,700, $1,800. A wonderful piece of Americana. Within the first 50 years from your 6th president, $2,000 comes up. An incredible instrument at $2,000. Do we have more at $2,000? At $2,000. Worth noting, it says not inspected outside the frame. This particular one actually has come out of the frame to have a look at the document. So we can be absolutely sure about the authenticity of this piece at $2,000. There is no facsimile. There is no other record of this check. And we have the diary entry. You can flick through the images. It's $2,000 against you, paddle 15. With you, 113. An incredible piece of American history at $2,000. Do we have any more? It's $2,000. At $2,000 and holding. At 2,200, thank you, 2,200 now. Do we see 4? 2,400 straight back. At 2,400, 2,600 now. At 2,600 is called. Is there any advance from you, 113? It's $2,600 against you now. At 2,600. The incredible John Quincy Adams signed check buying the house of James Madison. At $2,600, is there any more? At $2,600, are we holding against you, 113? So with you, paddle 54, at $2,600 and holding. Last and final chance then, at $2,600. Fair warning, the gavel is up. Last call, 113, you've pushed me this far, but you are not getting it today for this incredible piece of Americana at $2,600. Thank you very much. It is sold.
1-5.
1-54. Congratulations there. Wonderful piece of Anglo-American history wrapped up in one document. As we move to lot 66, we move to John Quincy Adams' famous foe, the man who usurped for the presidency for one term, 1825 to 1829, is Andrew Jackson, a two-termer. President Andrew Jackson, your 7th president of the United States, your 7th commander-in-chief. Wonderful name, famous, of course, on your $5 bills at $1,800, at $1,800, at $1,800. And another Andrew Jackson Bank of the Metropolis check. You can see the very early financial history of America represented here in these wonderful diplomatic gifts at $1,800. We see 110 and we see 199 again, queuing up for those famous faces from history with that wonderful little second term silver medalette. Very rare production, these, only a few hundred ever produced for these. And $1,800 is bid at $1,800. Again, terrific sum, $1,003 at $1,800. Is there any more? $1,800 for the Andrew Jackson check and silver medalette from his second term in office at $1,800. Are we all done? Are we absolutely sure? It's against you, paddle 110. It's with you, 199 at $1,800 then. Last and final call, and we sell it at $1,800 if there's no further protest. Last call. Thank you very much.
1-199.
1-199, lovely. Motoring along here on Spink Live, and we move to Martin Van Buren. Now, this is an opportunity if you've got a pub quiz later this week, guessing US presidents. Maybe you should consign some of these to the memory bank. Martin Van Buren, a one-termer, your 8th president of the United States, not a familiar name, but a wonderful, full autograph letter signed by Martin Van Buren, with perhaps only 200 known of his Democracy in Our Country Hard Times tokens of 1836. Extremely rare token and autograph letter signed. Note from Martin Van Buren, your 8th president of the United States. And $460 only is bid at $460, $480. Here we go. At $480. 500 is called. At $500. Now $550. Thank you. At $550. At $550, $650, $700. We're getting into our stride now. Yes, the Hard Times token and the autograph letter signed from Martin Van Buren, 8th president of the United States. 1,000 falls. At $1,000 now. It's easy for me. I'm bingo calling here. It's $1,000 on Spink Live at $1,000. At $1,000 against you, 199. At $1,000. At $1,000. Only 200 examples noted of the Hard Times token of 1836 with the accompanying wonderful autograph letter signed of Martin Van Buren at $1,000. Again, a diplomatic gift to Prince Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud. And $1,000 is called. Last chance then, at $1,000 if there's no, 1,100, new place, welcome along paddle 15. You've nabbed it at the last, against you 113 and 199 at $1,100. That's $1,100 for this wonderful piece of Americana, a unique offering of presidential signatures as a part of our America 250 anniversary sale. At Spink, at $1,100 it is then. If there's no further advance, we will sell it against you 113 at $1,100. Last call. Thank you very much. 1,100.
1-15.
1-15. All different buyers again. Wonderful to see. Lot 67. We move to William Henry Harrison. The infamous William Henry Harrison, who only had such a short term in office. Did he die of pneumonia at his inauguration, or did he contract something rather more sinister from the polluted pipes, piping essentially rather unsavory things into the White House drinking water? And William Henry Harrison, your shortest lived president of the United States, the 9th president of the United States, there you go. Inaugurated March 4th, 1841, end of office April 4th, 1841. Here is his extremely rare election campaign brass token. The People's Choice, $900 is bid at $900 with a handwritten check signed from November 1838, so only a few years before. A wonderful piece of American history here from the shortest serving president. First to die in office at $1,200, at $1,200, at $1,200, at $1,200. And holding against you 113 at $1,200. 2 live bidders on this. For the 9th president, William Henry Harrison, at $1,200. Just look at the write-up for this magnificent history, courtesy of our team here, at $1,200. At $1,200, are we all done now then? Are we selling it at $1,200? I'll give you fair warning. Last and final call at $1,200. We're selling against you, paddle 113, to you, 61. Welcome along, securing a wonderful piece of American history here. Last and final chance at $1,200. Thank you very much. 1,200 to paddle 1-61. Lot 69. We move on to John Tyler, his replacement, his running mate, and the man who saw out the rest of William Henry Harrison's term. I believe still the only president of the United States to not serve a full term, courtesy of receiving it whilst in office as vice president. But I'm sure there'll be out there people correcting me. $380 is bid for this wonderful John Tyler, 10th president of the United States. Again, the Restrike Indian Peace Medal, utilised for the inauguration, or rather post-inauguration medal, serving from April 4th, 1841 to, of course, the original inauguration date in American history, March 4th, not January 20th as is now known. $700 is bid. Lots of live bidding on this. It's magnificent to see such interest, courtesy of Spink Live from around the world. At $700 for the John Tyler signature. I like this one, signed from his own presidential house, Sherwood Forest. And it says, "Dear Sir, I permit you the pleasure of my autograph." Signed, John Tyler, an early autograph fan, writing to a former president and receiving in return a wonderful example of his autograph. $800 is bid. At $800. At $800. Dated August 14th, 1853. Towards the end of his life, at $800. Is there any advance on this wonderful piece of personal stationery signed by a former president of the United States, John Tyler, at $850. Thank you. $850. Welcome along, panel 15 again. At $850. Do I have more from you, 199 or 118? It's $850 for John Tyler. Another one to put in the memory bank if you've got some pub quiz coming up. Unusual American presidents, John Tyler. Your 10th at $850. Are we all done now then? Are we selling it at $850? I'll give you fair warning. Last chance against you, panel 199 at $850. Thank you very much. 1-15. And we move on to lot 70. James Polk, number 11. Again, a one-term in office president. As the pressures of governing an ever-burgeoning, populous, and ever-increasing federal-state union, one terms of office at $850 for James Polk, at $850. At $850, $900 is called. Keep bidding at $900. At $900. Running on unapologetic territorial expansion, he narrowly defeated the Whig standard-bearer Henry Clay that November. Polk took office with a short, explicit list of goals, reportedly dictated to his Treasury Secretary and future biography George Bancroft on his first night as president. Lower the tariff, restore an independent federal treasury outside private banks, and settle the Oregon boundary and acquire California from Mexico. A storied name, California, one of the great enlarged states in American history. Under James K. Polk's presidency at $950, at $950. A one-termer at $950. Is there any more? At $950? Do I say 1,000? At $950 then. Last and final call if there's no further protest at $950. Fair warning. Thank you very much. $950 to 1-61. Battling out, you two. Lot 71, we move to Zachary Taylor. And again, another unfortunate president, the second to die in office, reputedly, after a rather convivial and jovial July 4th celebration, drinking a mixture of ice cream and strawberries, or again, as is rather suspected nowadays, a polluted water supply in the White House. He did not serve out a full term. He died on July the 9th, 1850, in rather amount of discomfort, it reported at the time. Zachary Taylor, your 12th president. And again, one of those unfortunate characters to die within those July 4th days. $700 is bid at $700 for Zachary Taylor. Served during the War of 1812 and the Black Hawk War of 1832. Military veteran through and through. Second Seminole War, winning at Lake Okeechobee at $700. At $700. This wonderful write-up. And for me, what I find so fascinating, Zachary Taylor writing to Major General Whistler. And why does that name mean so many things to the American people? Well, he was the brother-in-law of Whistler's mother. And so you have a document here for one of the longest serving gentlemen in the American Army, asking for the requisition of stationery to the brother-in-law of Whistler's mother, one of the most celebrated works of 19th century American art, a wonderful piece of American history. At $800 now, at $800 at $800. Is there any more? 850 is called. Thank you. At $850. At $850. Connecting to the Whistler family. At 850, 900 comes up. Do I say 950 now? At 950. 1,000 is called, thank you, at $1,000. At $1,000. At $1,000. At $1,000. At 1,000. Is there any more? 1,100 is called. At $1,100. At 1,100, 1,200. Thank you. At $1,200. At 1,200. Presidential signature and the brother-in-law of the famous sitter of Whistler's mother at $1,300. At $1,300. Are we all done now then? Are we selling it at $1,300? Are you out of puff, paddle 199? For this wonderful combi signature at $1,300. No, we're not at $1,400. Thank you. You've thought about it. You've thought about it. At $1,500, straight back. At $1,500. At $1,500. At $1,500 again. Against you, paddle 199. 1,600, thank you. At $1,600. At 1,600. 1,700 comes up. At 1,700. Pressure's back on you, 199. There's a battle going on here. So you're an artist at work, interested in Whistler's mother at $1,700. At $1,700 and holding against you, 199 again. At $1,700. At $1,700. How are we looking at $1,700? $1,700 and holding. Are we absolutely sure now, paddle 199? It's against you at $1,700, and fair warning is given then for the signature of President Zachary Taylor to the brother-in-law of Whistler's mother at $1,700. Thank you very much. $1,700 to paddle 1-54. Hard luck there, 199. And we move on to arguably the most obscure of American presidents, Millard Fillmore. 13th president, unlucky for some. Millard Fillmore, 13th president of the United States, actually served, of course, as Zachary Taylor's running mate and then his replacement. And only served less than one term of office again. $300 only his bid, at $300 only. At $300. To me, one of those things that you can have on your wall and you can think, I know a great answer in that pub quiz. Unusual, obscure US presidents. $380 is called. 400, thank you. 400, of course, just a snipping of his signature. But you have that wonderful Indian Peace Restrike medal by S. Ellis and J. Wilson to complement it. Lovely enlarged bronze medal. $400 is bid. At $400 only. At $400 for Millard Fillmore, 13th president of the United States again. Another who did not serve a full term in office. 420 is called. At 420. At 420. At $420, are we all done now then? It's between you three, 199, 113, and 15. Where are you, paddle 54? Are you back in? It's $420 against you right now at 420. Are we all done then? Are we selling it at 420? Last and final call at $420 then. Thank you very much at 420. Can you read out the numbers, please, Nick?
I can.
Thank you very much.
1-15.
1-15, lovely. As I'm getting into my stride now. Lot 73. Oh yes, you have to bring it out. Lot 14. It's very rare that you get occasions like this where you get to dress up.
Yeah.
Not quite cosplay, respectful. Lot 14. Lot 73, the 14th president of the United States. We can chuckle, they can bid. It's all okay. Franklin Pierce, with that wonderful autograph letter signed from 1839, I believe that reads. $320 is bid with his election campaign brass medalette for 1852. And again, a one-termer. And $360 is bid at $360, 380, at 380. At 380, yes, October 31st, 1839, Halloween 1839, at $380. Is there any advance on 380 for the Franklin Pierce autograph letter signed with his election campaign brass medalette of 1852. He arrived at the presidency almost by accident of consensus, deadlocked and unable to agree on any of its frontrunners. The 1852 Democratic Convention settled on Pierce, a genuine dark horse, on its 49th ballot. He trounced the Whig nominee Winfield Scott that November, 2 months before his inauguration. Tragedy intervened. The train carrying Pierce, his wife Jane, and their 11-year-old son Benjamin, their only surviving child after the deaths of 2 others in infancy, derailed near Andover, Massachusetts, and Benjamin was killed before his parents' eyes. A tragic, lamentable case. But for presidential ambition thereafter, perhaps the genuine first known example of the stalking horse candidate for the presidency. But sadly, And understandably, Jane wore mourning dress for the rest of her time in Washington, and the history became known as the shadow of the White House. And so $380 is bid. Do I say 400 for this lamentable but important piece of American history? Americana presented again to His Royal Highness Prince Bandar as the ambassador to Washington in the 1980s during the Reagan administration. At $380 then, I will sell it, $380. Last and final call at $380. Thank you very much.
1-199.
1-199, thank you very much indeed. Lot 74. We move to James Buchanan. A handwritten check issued on the 2nd of July 1861 to Christopher Hager Esquire, another prolific correspondee between Buchanan and the Hager family. Scottish-Irish merchant father. Lot 74 is at 420, the James Buchanan signature. He was Franklin Pierce's minister to Great Britain in the 1850s, 460, 480 is called. His career before the presidency was one of the longest and most varied in American political life. He served in the Pennsylvania legislature and 9 years in the US House, then as Andrew Jackson's minister to Russia, a decade in the Senate, Polk Secretary of State, where he negotiated the Oregon Treaty and settled the boundary with British Canada at the 49th parallel. The very much drawing of the line in the map between America and Canada. Oh, so politically correct right now at $800. At $800. A storied piece of American history at $800. His presidency was overtaken almost immediately by the crisis it could not survive. 2 days after his inauguration, the Supreme Court handed down the Dred Scott decision, the de facto nationalization of slavery, preventing the extension of American citizenship to settled black African descendants. It is part of our history, something that should be remembered even if we are not proponents or supporters thereof. And it later emerged that Buchanan had privately pressed a Northern justice, Robert Greer, to join the Southern majority so the ruling would look like more than a sectional verdict. A rare and shockingly improper instance of a president overreaching into the court's deliberations before they were even made public. An extraordinary piece of history here. And $850 is called for the James Buchanan, 15th President of the United States. Medal 900 is called, thank you, at 900. At 900, is there any more? At $900. The check signed on July the 2nd, 1861. 7 years ago, almost coming up, at $900. At $900, are we all done now then? Are you out of puff? 113, it's $900 against you for the James Buchanan. Splendid restrike medal, dating to 1857, for his understandable single term in office at $900 then. I'll be selling it at $900. I'll give you fair warning. Last and final chance at $900. Thank you very much. 900.
1-61.
Congratulations, 1-61. And we move on to the legend that is, the unfortunate, the infamous, the much lamented Abraham Lincoln, 16th President of the United States. The first to be assassinated in office, and sadly not the last. 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln. And look at that signature. March the 15th, 1865. Exactly 1 month before he would be assassinated by John Wilkes Booth in Ford's Theatre. What an incredible piece of American history this is. His first inauguration and his second inauguration, which of course he did not live to see the full term of, courtesy of a single bullet in a theatre, at $4,000 for the incredible Abraham Lincoln signature from March 15th, 1865. At 4,200 now, 4,200, 4,400, thank you, 4,600. We're getting into our stride now. At 4,800, 5,000. An incredible piece of Lincoln memorabilia at 5,500. Both inauguration medals and medalettes and a signature within a month of his assassination. At 5,500, one of the most important pieces of American history we have ever sold. At Spink, and again, we are delighted and humbled to have been given the opportunity by His Royal Highness Prince Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud to opt to bring this to global market for the very first time at $5,500 now. At $5,500 for the incredible Abraham Lincoln offering at $5,500. at 5,500 and holding at 5,500. At $5,500 and holding for the Abraham Lincoln signature and 2 inaugural medals at 5,500. Give them 5,800, Nick. Let's give them a cut bid. Why not? 113 has played so far for this. Let's give them a cut bid. Give you the opportunity, 113. You've pushed so hard. Now's your opportunity for the cut bid. Why not? It's $5,500 against you. 5,750 to advance me if you would like. I've given you fair warning, 113. Now is your opportunity at $5,500 against you for this storied piece of Americana on display here in London for the benefit of all. This celebratory 250th anniversary auction at $5,500 then for one of the most storied presidents in American history. 5,500. It's sold. Thank you very much.
1-199.
1-199, and very many congratulations to you, 199, for that wonderful piece of American history. And we move on to a hop, skip, and a jump to the 18th President of the United States. And look at this, Ulysses S. Grant, legendary Civil War veteran, and someone who, despite serving 2 terms of office, possibly could have been caught out by the scandal that was the events of 1873. Let me see if I can find the note. As the bidding goes up to $1,300, I'm sure there's more in the tank, at $1,300. At $1,300. Let me find the note. At $1,400, $1,500 is called. Thank you, at $1,500. At $1,500, Miss Kitty Phelps. At $1,500, at $1,500, at $1,500. Another notable letter writer. Plenty of other correspondence exists between Grant and the Phelps family. At $1,500, $1,600. Worth further research at $1,600. For the inauguration Y Metal Medal of 1869 for his first inauguration of this 2-term president, famous wartime general, and 18th president of the United States at $1,600. That's $1,600, paving the way for one of the most important economic and fiscal decisions in America with the Bland-Allison Act introduced under his successor, Rutherford B. Hayes, who we'll see shortly. $1,600 is called. Are we all done? To a new bidder, 170, welcome along. It's against you, panel 110 at $1,600 for the Ulysses S. Grant autograph letter signed cover to Miss Kitty Felt at $1,600. Last and final call. The gavel is up and it's gone down. Thank you very much.
1-170.
1-170. Splendid. As we move to lot 77, Rutherford B. Hayes, your 19th Commander-in-Chief, and a man caught up in one of the great scandals of the 1870s. As noted by this wonderful piece of letter-headed paper. $180 only is bid, though, for Rutherford B. Hayes. I'm sure there's more. $190, thank you. Off we go at $190. At $190. 200, 220, 240. Here we go, 260. At $280. Worth that just for the inauguration bronze medal of 1877 by George T. Morgan, the man who would make himself famous during this presidency with the Bland-Allison Act and the introduction of the Morgan dollar, 1878 through 1921. Which had its centenary, of course, in 2021, courtesy of the US Federal Mint. $360 is bid at $360, at $360, at $360, at $360 and holding at $360, at $360. CNL, financial warrant at $360. Are we all done now then? Are we selling it at $360? No, we're not at $380. We move on at $380 now. We're getting into our stride on Spink Live at $380. Is there any advance on $380? At $380 against you, panel 231. Plenty of registrants today on Spink Live and here in London at $380. At $380, are we selling it then at $380? If there's no further protests, I'll give you fair warning. Lot 77, the Rutherford B. Hayes inauguration medal by George T. Morgan, legendary numismatic artist, and his signature on Executive Department financial warrant from 1871 for the sum of $15 at $380. Last and final call then, we will sell it. Thank you very much.
1-15.
1-15, welcome back. James A. Garfield. And here it is. This is what I've been alluding to? The second president in American history to be assassinated during his term in office, much to be lamented, of course, but his scandal could have been blown apart much earlier, courtesy of the Credit Mobilier scandal of 1873, first time of shocking financial meddling between shareholders during the great railroad projects in America. And what do we have here? An example of one of those very notes that was used to prosecute James A. Garfield before he became president. An example here, pay myself, with the strange custom of remuneration packages and salaries not actually paid directly to holders and members of Congress, but paid to the Sergeant at Arms, from which these members of Congress could then write themselves checks. And in one particular case, in the Credit Mobilier scandal, James A. Garfield, as a member of Congress, was caught up in writing himself checks for dividend payments for shares that supposedly he had not received or not paid for. But he was implicated during the Credit Mobilier scandal. But of course, he went on to become a much lamented one-year serving president in 1881. He survived the scandal, but this wonderful check dates right to that very period, at the height of the Credit Mobilier scandal, at $460, at $460. At $460, is there any advance? Against you, 199. For the James A. Garfield check at $460, pay myself. With that wonderful piece of political theatre, presenting himself as the canal boy made good, the first example, perhaps, in American history of a redressing of your early life, your upbringing, to become and present yourself as the ordinary man being elevated to the highest office. A cynical piece of political theatre, but something that succeeded. At $500, ending up with this wonderful token, the canal boy made president. At $500, at $500, at $500. Are we all done now then? It's against you, paddle 15, at $500. A check signed by one of only 4 presidents to be assassinated in office at $500. For James A. Garfield, 20th president of the United States, lot 78 is at $500 then. We will sell at $500 if there is no further protest. Last chance at $500. Thank you very much.
1-170.
1-170, congratulations. Ulysses S. Grant and James A. Garfield, an interesting combination. And move to lot 79, Benjamin Harrison, 23rd president of the United States. And grandson of the 9th president, the only other time in which 2 members of the same family have held office, of course the other being the Adams family, John Adams and John Quincy Adams. Lot 79. And we are looking for $280 to start me here. At $280. Any interest at $280? And it is big, thank you, $280. The wonderful inauguration Chief Marshal Medal of 1889 and the official 1889 unsigned medal for his one term in office, Benjamin Harrison. Overseeing the Sherman Act, of course, the second instrument in Morgan dollar history, when 2 million silver dollars were produced every month by US mints and then kept in Federal Reserves for the next 80 years. 420 is bid for the wonderful series of medals and checks signed by Benjamin Harrison with a sum of $2,500. Extraordinary sum of money in the 1880s, right during that next financial crisis that engulfed the reign, at $420 and led to Brian money at $420. Are we all done now? That at $420, at $420, and holding at $420, a wonderful piece of history here for the 23rd president of the United States. At $420, we all done then? Against you, paddle 180, against you, 113, it's $420. Here we go, at 440, welcome along, 61. At 440, you'll need more, paddle 231. It's $440 against you, at $440. Are we all done now then? At 440, are we selling it? If there's no further protest, at $440 then, last call at 440. Thank you very much. 440.
1-61.
Congratulations, 1-61. Lot 80, we move on to Theodore Roosevelt, and we must absolutely definitely not call him Teddy. And we have this incredibly rare group of medals. The 1905, produced by celebrated and employed artist Augustus St. Gordon's, of course, of 1907 Double Eagle fame, the wonderful and stirring rendition of rendering American numismatics as art, not just as functional currency. Wonderfully rare series of medals here, with a cut signature Theodore Roosevelt, but the bull moose, the man who could only be taken in his sleep, because he was famously shot by an assassin and continued his 90-minute speech. Theodore Roosevelt, the man who went on exploration and benefited the Smithsonian Museum with wonderful examples of taxidermy, tigers, and all such like. But in researching him, one of the most famous and enjoyable pieces of the story that I particularly enjoy is the idea of having a wonderful menagerie of animals in his White House, including, let me just find the American Museum of Natural History benefiting, of course. He had the teddy bear story, yes, of course, Panamanian independence. Where has it been put? Ah, yes, that is it. Yes, the menagerie in the White House. Keeping snakes and a badger among the family pets, and once smuggling a 350-pound Shetland pony named Algonquin up the elevator to cheer up Archie, who was in bed with measles. Wonderful story of American history from Theodore Roosevelt, a legendary president. At the dawn of the 20th century, one of the most influential figures in American numismatic design and theatre, of course, alongside his First Lady, helped influence the designs of the 1907 Double Eagle. And we have $10,000, bid at $10,000. The wonderful Adolf Weimann and Augustus St. Gorner's manufactured second inauguration medal by Tiffany & Co. at $12,000. At $12,000 with that snipped signature. For the bull moose, the man who could only be taken in his sleep because he survived the assassin's bullet and continued with his speech. Theodore Roosevelt at $1,200. $12,000, excuse me, at $12,000, of course. That's $12,000. Is there any more from you, paddle 61? That's $12,000. At $12,000. $13,000. $14,000 is called at $14,000. At $14,000. At $14,000. Welcome back, paddle 51. It's $14,000 against you, though. At $14,000. At $14,000. This storied piece of American history. One of its most celebrated presidents at $14,000. $14,000 is called at $14,000. Is there any more? At $15,000 now, and $16,000. At $16,000. At $16,000. At $16,000. Take your time to lap up the research. A wonderful story. Courtesy of our specialist here. At $16,000 on Spink Live at $16,000. Our highlight price today at $16,000 so far, at $16,000. On Spink Live then at $16,000 for the Theodore Roosevelt. Sadly, we can't present you the taxidermy or the snakes or alligators or anything else that came from the White House, but just this wonderful group of inauguration medals and his snippet signature at $16,000. Are we absolutely sure? We will sell it then at $16,000 if there's no further protest. Last and final call for the Theodore Roosevelt, 26th President of the United States, at $16,000. Thank you very much. It's $16,000.
1-119.
119. Congratulations indeed. Fantastic price there. As we move on to William Howard Taft, a one-termer and your 27th President of the United States. Again with his signature. And $190 is bid. $220, $240. We steam along at $240, $260, $280. $300 is called. At $300 now. On Spink Live at $300. At $300. At $300. At $300. At $300. President McKinley, another unfortunate president assassinated in office. He pulled him from the bench to become the Governor General of the Philippines. An interesting pre-presidential history for Taft. Served in the Secretary of War for Theodore Roosevelt's administration. Signed the Mann-Elkins Act extending federal rail regulation. And many more constitutional amendments before he left office. And $300 is your bid. At $300 then, if we're absolutely sure, we'll sell the Howard Taft signature and medal, produced by Joseph K. Davison and Sons, the inauguration in 1909. $320, thank you. One more, yes, you get both the signature and the medal in one lot at $320. Again, all from this wonderful diplomatic archive presented to His Royal Highness Prince Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud, Saudi Arabian ambassador to Washington from 1983 through 2005. Again, a diplomatic gift by the White House Chief of Staff, James Addison Baker III, directly to him at $320 then. At $320, we all done? Are we selling it at $320? There's no further protest. Thank you very much.
1-15.
1-15, congratulations, lot 82. And we move on to Woodrow Wilson. Another famous name, the wartime Prime Minister, who famously said he would not take America into the war. And then upon the discovery of the Zimmerman telegram, with the reputed machinations of Germany and Mexico coming together to invade the United States, Woodrow Wilson was forced into the war that he did not want to join, one that inevitably hastened its end with his contributions to the Allied side. Woodrow Wilson, at $280 his bid, both his first and second inauguration medals, both in bronze, with his signature, and $300 his bid. At $300 his bid. At $300, $350, $360, $380, $400, $420. Here we go. Yes, Woodrow Wilson. We've heard of him. At $460 now. At $460, $500 is called. At $500, the Darrell Clayton Crane and R. Harris & Co. medal, as well as that by Whitehead Hogue. At $600 now. At $600, the Woodrow Wilson. Did not learn to read fluently until around the age of 10. There you go. Don't need to be literate in order to hold the greatest office in the land. At $650, at $650, at $650, at $650, 700 is called, thank you, it's 700 now. At 700 and 800 is called, thank you, at 800, we're getting into our stride now. At 800, 900 is called, at 900. He asked Congress for that fateful declaration of war in April 1917. It must be made for the safety of democracy. 1,000 is called 1,100, your first wartime president, at least on the global stage, at $1,100. He set out the ambitious project for the peace. His 14 points unveiled in January 1918 envisioned a new national order built on self-determination and open diplomacy. He became the first sitting president to travel to Europe, spending months at the Paris Peace Conference. $1,100 is called during the personal negotiations of the Treaty of Versailles. And he won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1919, only to lose the fight for the very things he'd agreed with his own Senate. Famous example of the checks and balances of power in the American system. $1,100 is the bid. Is there any more from you? 113. For the Woodrow Wilson pair and signature, storied president from American history. At $1,100 then, if there is no further protest, we will sell. At $1,100, thank you very much.
1-61.
1-61, thank you very much. Lot 83, Warren G. Harding. Another one who didn't serve out his full term. Wonderful inauguration medal, again by Darrell Clayton Crane. And his snipped signature. $950 his bid, at $1,000, $1,100. I'm sure there's more in the tank here. Man from Ohio, ran through its lieutenant governorship, 1,500, 1,700, 1,900, 2,600. He's called. Look at them go at 3,000, 3,400. Racing along on Spink Live at 3,600 now. At $3,600, 3,800, 4,000. Presidency telescopes, 4,800. Can't spit out the numbers fast enough. At $5,000 now. At $5,000. At $5,000. A generally scarce medal. I'm sure that usually means we've understated just how rare it is. 5,500 is the call. 6,000, thank you. The 70mm. Example in the Smithsonian collection. 6,500. A man who referred to his wife as the Duchess Florence Kling the Wolf. A stronger-willed older woman. There you go, $7,500. First Lady and Duchess, $8,000 is called. At $8,000. This is something I didn't quite appreciate. Just how influential he was in ensuring that the Belgian peoples did not starve during the occupation during the First World War. At $8,500. At $8,500. At $8,500. At $8,500. The Voyage of Understanding. At $9,500. At $9,500. And the famous paternity question. At $9,500. At $9,500. Do we say 10,000? It's $9,500. A running scandal in his personal life. A lengthy affair with Carrie Fulton Phillips at $9,500. Warren G. Harding. At $9,500, are we all done then? Absolutely raced away. Enjoy the write-up and look at the bidding. Between you 137 and paddle 61, do we round it to 10,000? We do, at $10,000, thank you. 11,000 is next if you want it, paddle 61. You've gone 500, they have to go 1,000. It's 11,000 now, no sweat at all for 61. It's over to you, 137. Do you want to keep going? for the Warren G. Harding 29th President of the United States Medal and snip signature at $11,000. At $11,000. At $11,000. Well, we've taken it this far. Give them 11.5. Why not? Give them a cut bid option. Maybe the salesman want to jump in at some point as well. They seem to have been remarkably quiet. I'll give you an opportunity of a cut bid here, 137. You've pushed me this hard. It's $11,000. 11.5 if you want to advance it further. It's $11,000. The Warren G. Harding Medal, an outstanding price. Blasting past George Washington even. As the 29th President of the United States. At $11,000 then. Are we all done? Are we selling it at $11,000? You can't say further than that, 137. I've given you the cut bid option if you'd like it. If not, it's going to sell against you at $11,000. Last and final call at $11,000. Thank you very much.
1-61.
1-61. What a terrific price. Lot 84, we move on to Calvin Coolidge. His fiscal record was the most disciplined of the era. The famous man who ran a surplus every year in office. How politicians would love that today. The 30th President of the United States. $7,000 is bid for the wonderful Calvin Coolidge inauguration medal by Giulio Chilani for the Medallic Art Company. Another rare presidential medal, the second rarest, with only 75 struck for Calvin Coolidge. An extremely rare medal list at $7,000. Struck in 1925 at $7,000. Is there any more from you, Paddle 61? You powered through the last two lots. Do you want this? It's $7,500 if you want to advance it at $7,000. The Immigration Act of 1924 proposed strict national origin quotas and shut off most Asian immigration. At $7,000. At $7,000 and holding against you, Paddle 61, for the second rarest presidential inauguration medal with only 75 struck. An extremely rare object, this. At $7,000 for the second inauguration of Calvin Coolidge. At $7,000, are we all done? Are we to sell this if there's no further protest? $7,000. Last and final call, an extremely rare medal at $7,000. Thank you very much.
1-199.
1-199. Congratulations indeed. Lot 85, Herbert Hoover. And his inauguration medal by Henry Kirk Bush Brown, the US Mint, in 1929. What an unfortunate rise to office he had based on what happened in the Great Depression. Later in 1929, $420 is bid at $440, $460, $480, $500 is called. Thank you. $500 at $500. And this is it. Herbert Hoover. The war remade his reputation entirely. Stranded American tourist in London in 1914 found Hoover an improbable rescuer. And from there, he organized the Commission for Relief in Belgium, a private humanitarian effort that fed the German-occupied nation of 7 million people through 4 years of blockade and became, by most estimates, the largest food relief program the world had yet seen. An incredible story of humanitarian relief. Herbert Hoover, a one-term president, of course, now more famous for his dam than for his term of office. $500 is bid. With only 1,012 pieces struck of his inauguration medal, another extreme scarcity for presidential medal collectors, but $500 is the bid. $550, thank you. Taking them on, Paddle 15. Why not you, 180, 199? Welcome back. It's $550 against you at $550. The 31st President of the United States, Herbert Hoover, at $550. Are we selling it then? If there's no further protest, at $550 then. Last and final chance at $550. Thank you very much.
1-15.
1-15. Plenty of different winners here. Lot 86. And we move on to wonderful enlarged medal frame on my right of your longest serving consecutive president, 4 terms, FDR. You know, I say more than those initials. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the 32nd President of the United States, who famously served from March 1933 all the way through to his death in office in 1945. The man known for so many economic and fiscal plans, for the sanctioning of private ownership of gold and the 1933 Double Eagle, all during his time in office, the Yalta Conference, the support of Winston Churchill in 1941 and the personal friendship thereof. And we have this wonderful group of 5 medals for his first inauguration, his second inauguration, his third inauguration, with the medal as a trial strike and his 4th inauguration. All 4 terms of office in one presentation frame. A wonderful piece of Americana here at $2,000. At $2,000 for FDR. At $2,000, the only American president to serve more than 2 terms in office. And it remains to be seen if he will be the only president to serve only 3 terms in office, depending on what happens at the next election. At $2,000. At $2,000. And holding at $2,000. At $2,000. Are we all done, panel 231? At $2,000, we will sell it if there's no further protest for the FDR group of 5 medals with his snip signature. At $2,000. Last and final call then at $2,000. We will sell. Thank you very much. 2,000.
1-126.
126. Thank you very much. Lot 87. We move on to Harry Truman. The man who famously held up the newspaper. Dewey beats Truman. Famous piece of American folklore. Harry Truman, 33rd president. Of course, served as Roosevelt's last vice president and then won the 2nd term of office, so from 1945 to 1953, with that snipped Truman signature, and famously, the man whose middle initial means both of his grandparents, or nothing at all. Interesting that he signs himself Harry Truman, but was officially Harry S. Truman, the S standing for both of his grandparents' names. This is official 1949 inauguration medal, struck by C. Paul Genevine, and the cut signature of Harry Truman. $300 is bid at $300. He only had been vice president for 82 days, met Roosevelt perhaps twice privately when he was informed on the evening of April 12, 1945. He was the president. He learned of the atomic bomb only after taking office and had to authorize its use against Hiroshima and Nagasaki that August. An incredible political rise so soon into his term of office after just 82 days at the end of the Second World War. At $300, at $300, is there any more? At $300, this highly influential American president from the mid-20th century. At $300 then, are we all done? Are we selling at $300 if there's no further protest? Thank you very much.
1-15.
1-15, lovely. Lot 88, another president who needs only his initials to be understood, JFK, or John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And we have $1,000 bid at $1,000 for his official signature letter and his inauguration silver medal and bronze medal by Paul Manship for the Metallic Art Company. And $1,000 is bid at $1,000. Is there any more? At $1,100, $1,200, $1,200 is bid at $1,200. $1,200 is bid at $1,300, $1,400 now. At $1,500, $1,600. For the JFK medals at $1,700, $1,800. Thank you. Keep going. Paddle 54. Welcome back. It's $1,800. At $1,800, $1,900 is called. At $1,900. At $1,900. At $1,900. At $1,900. At $1,900. Are we all done now then? Are we selling it at $1,900 if there's no further protest from you? Paddle 110 and paddle 54. At $1,900. At $1,900. At $1,900, are we all done now then? At $1,900, are we selling the JFK inauguration medals? Much lamented, 4th president to be assassinated whilst in office at $1,900. Last and final call at $1,900. Thank you very much.
1-231.
1-231. And we move on to the great civil rights campaigner, Lyndon Baines Johnson, 36th president of the United States. Of course, fell out of favor by the time of the Vietnam conflict, but we have his inauguration bronze medal and silver medal. 2 medals in the frame, 13 in a frame of 395 millimeters. Lovely. 2 medals in the frame for Lyndon Baines Johnson's signature. Again by F.D. Weldon for the Metallic Art Company in 1965. And we have $190, $200 bid at $200. Sure, that's just the price of silver at this point at $260, $280, at $280. It's $280 for the LBJ signature and pair of inauguration medals for 1965. Of course, taking office, courtesy of a sniper's bullet in Dallas in November 1963 at $280. And the amazing heroism of Jackie Kennedy that day as well at $280, at $280. and holding against you, paddle 199 at $280. The LBJ signature or cut signature and pair of medals at $280 then. If we're absolutely sure, we'll sell it at $280 if there's no further protest. Last and final call at $280. Fair warning. Thank you.
1-15.
1-15. Lovely. Lot 90. And we move on to, very reason we're here, the last of the presidential signatures, courtesy of His Royal Highness Prince Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud, and the president under whom he served as ambassador to Washington, Ronald Reagan. Pointedly, notably, it just says Ronald Reagan 1981 dash, of course, not knowing of his second election victory in 1985. So presumably presented on a diplomatic level sometime late in 1983 or slightly later, when James Addison Baker took up his position as 10th White House Chief of Secretary to President Ronald Reagan. $1,900 is bid for the gold, silver, and bronze 5 medals by Fraughton for the Medallic Art Company. Only 1,381 gold medals struck, that's rare, with the cut signature of Ronald Reagan mounted in the frame at $1,900. The silver, gold, and bronze medals of Ronald Reagan at $1,900. At $1,900, is there any advance on $1,900? At $1,900 and holding at $1,900. Are we all done now then? Are we selling it at $1,900 if there's no further protest? At $1,900, I'll give you fair warning at $1,900. Last and final call at $1,900. Thank you very much, 1900.
1-61.
1-61. Lovely. And that concludes our run of presidential signatures as we move on to paper currency. And we start with, very North America, the Champlain and St. Lawrence Railroad in Canada. Wonderful piece of history here. The 2 and 6, the 15 sous, and the $quarter, showing all the different currencies in North America and the influences. At $150, $160 is bid. At $160, America is not just an isolated nation, but an entire continent of peoples, languages, and cultures. At $170, and here is yet another. 7 pence, halfpenny, $half, all the different currencies. At $180, is there any advance on $180? $190, thank you. At $190, do I say $200 anywhere? It's $190. It's $190 on Spink Live, always Spink Live. Against you, battle 255 at $190. At $190. Are we selling it at $190 if there's no further protest? I'll give you fair warning at $190. Last and final call, 255 against you at $190. Thank you.
1-209.
1-209, lovely. Lot 92, we move to the West Riverbank, United States of America. Remainder $1 for Vermont, Jamaica. And we have PMG 53, about uncirculated, and $80 is bid. At $80, at $80. As we move into the paper currency proper, at $80. Is there any advance on 80? 80 is the call. At 80 it is then, if there's no further protest. The 1860s dollar bill at $80. Last and final call at $80. Thank you very much.
1-209.
209, lovely. Lot 93, more West River Bank, now the remainder $2. The 1860s, and we go with the choice uncirculated 64 grade, and we go straight in at $100. At $100, there must be more. At 110 now, thank you, 120. Off we go at 120, 130 is called. You're getting interest right now on Spink Live, it's 130. At 130, at $130. At 130 against you, 199 at 130. The choice uncirculated 64, $2 bill from West River Bank. 150 is called, thank you. You've seen the grade, you're bidding again. At 150, 160, thank you. 160. Do I say 170? I do. 170, call me back. It's 180 now, paddle 61. Thank you. 180. At 190, do I say 200? I'm looking at you on Spink Live. It's at 200 if you want it. At $190 against you, paddle 61. At $190, 200 is the call, thank you. 220. Why not keep going? Have fun at 220, 240 is next if you'd like it, paddle. 61, it's 220 against you, 240 is the call. At 260 now, we're getting into our stride, and I'm starting to sound like an American auctioneer at this point. At $260, we're at that speed. At 260. We're not cattle rustling here, we're selling paper currency at $260 on Spink Live. At 260, is there any more from you, paddle 61? At 280, we do. Say 300, why not? 300 is the call. 320 if you want it back, 61. It's $300 now. At $300, looking at you on Spink Live at $300 against, you paddle 61. 320 if you like it, it's $300 against. At $300, are we out of puff? It's choice uncirculated, 60 for the grade. For the remainder $2 bill for Vermont, Jamaica. At $300, 320 to advance me, please, paddle 61. If you don't want it, 320 it is then. Why not 340 straight back if you'd like it, paddle 209. It's 320 against. At 320, I don't know, something stronger. Moonshine. Prohibition era, we're getting to it. Why not? At $320, at 320 against you, paddle 209. At 320. Are we all done now then? Are we selling it at 320? I'm looking at you, paddle 209. If you're out of puff, because I soon will be, at $320, last and final call against you. Thank you anyway.
1-61.
1-61. Lot 94, the remaining $3. We're going up the scale now. The choice about uncirculated EPQ 58 grade at $70. At $70, it's the same too, 71, 209. Where's paddle 61 going to jump in? It's 80, here they come at $80. At $80 only, at $80. The choice about uncirculated 58, excellent paper quality. Vermont, Jamaica, $3 bill at $90 now. Take them on. No need to be coy, it's $90 against you now, paddle. It's 95. Say 100 now. $100 is the call. $100. 110 if you'd like it. It's $100 now against you, paddle 209. At $100. At $100. 110 falls. 120 is next if you like it. It's cool. Thank you. 130 if you'd like it. 209. It's $120. 130 now. At 130. 140 is cool. At 140, do we say 150? Why not? It's $140 against you, paddle 209. 150 is the call. At 150. At 160 now. At 160, do I say 170? It's $160 against you, 209 at 160. At 160. At 160, we're all done. No, we're not. 170. Call me 180. Why not? At 180, straight back. At 180, try again, paddle 209. You're in a battle royale here. The choice about uncirculated 58 EPQ. $3 bill. At 190, 200 is the call. At 200, 220 is next if you'd like me. At 220, why not? 240. Come on, 61. It's $220 against you. 240 is the call. Thank you. 260 if you'd like it. 260 is the call. At 260, do I say 280? I do. 300 is next if you'd like it. It's $280 against you. 209. At $280. The $3 bill at $280. Are we all done now then? At $280, motoring on Spink Live for Vermont, Jamaica. $3 bill. The remainder $3 for West River Bank at $280. It's just $20 more, paddle 209 if you'd like it. It's $280 against you at $280. At $280, we're all done now then. At $280 for the $3 bill. Last and final call, lot 94 at $280. Fair warning at $280. Gavel is up against you, 209. And it's gone.
1-61.
1-61. Lot 95. We move on to the legal tender 1869 Allison Spinner series. Very fine, 30 is the grade. Wonderful, broad note this, and $1,500 is bid, straight in at $1,500. Ignore the description that says 1896, because it's 1869. Be it Christian to confirm that, because it says 1869 on the PMG holder, but then 1896. And I, of course, am a coin specialist, not a paper currency specialist. I would say, given the George Washington Treasury note, that's 1869, because the educational series was 1896. But I'd appreciate an input from our paper currency specialist, from Allison Spinner. Is it 1869 or 1896? Well, 199 knows. It's $1,500 with them. At $1,500. At $1,500. On Spink Live and holding at $1,500.
1869.
It is definitely 1869. Thank you very much indeed. It's just a typo then on the description. Ignore the 1896 date. It's 1869 at $1,500. Exactly on the PMG holder. At $1,500, are we all done then? At $1,500 and holding on Spink Live then with you, paddle 199, with your maiden live bid of $1,500 for the wonderful $1869 at $1,500. Thank you very much.
1-199.
199. Lovely. Lot 96. And we move on to the wonderful 1917 Elliott Burke $1 bill with George Washington there. Choice about uncirculated 58, striking, stirring dollar bill here. And we earn it $280 only. Is there any advance on 280? With the live maiden bid at $280. At $280. at $280. PMG holder 58 choice about uncirculated at $280. Who wants to take on paddle 199? It's $280 with them. At $280 then, if we're absolutely sure, we'll sell it at $280 if there's no further protest. Last and final call at $280. Last and final call. Thank you very much.
1-199.
1-199. Lovely. Lots 97. Another of these. The Spielman White issue, 64 EPQ, and I'm sure this will motor away at $480. The Spielman White, legal tender 1917. Treasury $1 at $480. Is there any amounts on $480? All on Spink Live at $480. At $480 on Spink Live. Who wants to take them on at $480? With the auto bid, with the power of free bidding on Spink Live before the sale at $480. At $480. At $480. At $480. Are we all done then? Are we selling it at $480? There's no further protest. Last and final call at $480. Thank you very much.
1-71.
1-71. Lot 98, the $2 bill. Fable $2. And $420 is bid. That chiaroscuro style of deep contrast, black and white. 440 is called. Thank you. 440. And look at the grade. Choice new, 63 perfect paper quality. PCGS currency. Old style holder. 1917 $2 bill at $440. Wonderful looking bill this. $440. At $440. Beautiful piece of Americana here. For the time of the Great War at $440. An exceptional paper quality. Perfect, in fact. 440 is bid. At 440, we're all done. Are we selling it at 440? If we're all done at 440, the $2 bill, last and final call at 440. Gavel is up. And it's down.
1-199.
1-199 again. Welcome back. Lot 99. We move on to the $10 bills. There he is, Abe. With the Chittenden spinner, signatures of $1863 $10. At $1,800 is bid. At $1,800. At $1,800. On Spink Live at $1,800. For a 20 very fine grade. At $1,800. This rarity. At $1,800. The $1863 $10. Freeburg 95 rather. New series $1,800. Is the bid at $1,800? Are we all done then? Are we selling it at $1,800 if there's no further protests for the new series $10 of Abe Lincoln from 1863 at $1,800 then? Last and final call at $1,800. Thank you.
1-199.
1-199 again. Welcome back. Lot 100. Almost halfway through the sale. And we have the Mule $10 1901 with that wonderful bison image. For those numismatists out there, of course, you've got the Buffalo nickel. For the currency collectors, you've got the Mule Spielman White legal tender $10 bill with that wonderful bison. 20 very fine is the grade. An iconic legal tender bison note. $950 is the bill. The dispute over whether the bison on here is Black Diamond, the iconic buffalo situated in Central Park Zoo in the early 1900s. And $950 is bid. It's been all about American animals, this sale. It's fantastic. We've had basically everything but aardvarks at this point. At $950 for the bison note. Do I say 1,000 anywhere? It's $950 for 20 very fine iconic bison $10 at $950. With you, paddle 170, holding against you 199. I'll give you fair warning at $950 as the bidders have their fill on Spink Live at this America 250 celebratory auction at $950. Thank you very much.
1-170.
1-170. Lovely. Lot 101. We move on to the silver certificates. And we start with the 1896 series, my favorite US paper currency series. The Bruce Roberts $1 silver certificate, 30 very fine, and $800 is bid. At $800 is the bid. Straight in at $800, my book is out. It's with you on Spink Live at $800. The very fine 30 silver certificate of 1896. Freeburg 225 is the reference at $800. At $800 now, with the various states. In Wreath at $800 then. Are we absolutely sure? Are we selling it at $800 if there's no further protest? Lovely looking illustrative note at $800 in that age of art, the Gilded Age of America, $800. Thank you very much.
1-209.
209. Lot 102, the 1899 silver certificate. It's an early version of pretzel. The Flying Eagle. And look at the grade, 65 EPQ, gem uncirculated. The Napier McClung, 1895 silver certificate, $1 in a magnificent grade. 65 EPQ, choice uncirculated, $1,000 is called. At $1,000 on Spink Live at $1,000. At $1,000 on Spink Live with a live bidder. At $1,000, is there any advance? At $1,000, this wonderful and evocative turn of the century silver certificate, $1. At $1,000 it is then. That's inflation for you. It's with you, panel 258 at $1,000. Fair warning, the gem uncirculated 65 EPQ, 1,100, 1,200, they woke it up. Yes, 139, we are here to sell at $1,200. Try again. It's against you at $1,200. You'll need $1,300 to advance me. It's $1,200 now. Wonderful, 65 gem uncirculated EPQ. Do I need to say it again? It's $1,200 against you. Panel 139 at $1,300. Here we go, they're trying again, $1,300. So we say $1,400 now, 258. I'll give you as much fair warning as they seem to have had. At $1,300 against you. At $1,300, $1,400 to advance me, please, panel 258. At $1,300. At $1,300. At $1,300, are we all done now then? It's against you, panel 258. You've pushed me this far, I'll give you fair warning. For the 65 gem uncirculated EPQ, 1899 silver certificate at $1,300. Last and final call. It's gone, thank you.
1-139.
1-139. They went for it and they've secured it. Congratulations to them. As we move on to the 1923 silver certificate, our friend George Washington, motoring along with his signature earlier on, but here on this wonderful silver certificate, about uncirculated 55. The Spielman white signatures again, Freedberg 237. And we go straight in at $120, at $120, at $120, at $120. A classic piece of Americana this, 1923, 130 is called. At 130, any advance on 140? Thank you. We're getting into our stride now. 140. Do we say again? It's against you, paddle 2. It's $140. 150 if you'd like to. At $140 now on Spink Live at 140. At 140 for the silver certificate, 1923. AU 55 the grade, about uncirculated. At $140. Do I say 150 from you, paddle 2? It's $140 against you. At $140 then. I'll give you fair warning at 140. Last and final call against you, panel 2 at 140. Thank you.
1-209.
209 again. Thank you very much. Lot 104. Another silver certificate, this time the Woods white signatures. Freeberg 238. And 55 AUs the grade, about uncirculated 55. The 1923 silver certificate dollar. At $85 is the bid. At $85 only. 90 is cool. Thank you. At 90, 95. 100 should be next if you'd like it. At $95 now. At 95, round me up to 100, 209, please. At $95, thank you. At 100 is cool. 110 straight back. At $110 straight back now. 110. Any advance on $110? At 110. At $110. 120 is cool. At 120. It'll be in the dark anyway. At 120. At $120. At 120. Any advance on 120? All against you, paddle 199. It's $120 against you. I'll give you fair warning. The gavel is up at $120. Thank you very much.
1-209.
1-209. Congratulations again. Doubling up. Lot 105. We move on to the educational series. Beautiful series. Perhaps the most attractive of any paper currency. Certainly for the American series, if not the wider Western Hemisphere. The wonderful educational series with science, teaching us about the progress of the Americas, electricity at the center. A banknote that very much placed itself in its history books at $2,200. The wonderful Tillman Morgan educational series, 1896 $2 silver certificate at $2,200. The most celebrated and storied of paper currency series in the United States, the educational series, wonderful series. This with a grade 30, very fine. Again, something that my colleague Ellie Robbins spoke about beautifully on our podcast, which I thoroughly recommend you view whilst you're bidding on this sale, or of course thereafter. At $2,200 is bid. With you, paddle 170, against you 122, 87, 80, 40, 38, and 8. All of you have been bidding, but there's only one victor at the moment. Paddle 170 is up at 2,200. 2,400 to advance me, please, if you'd like it. At $2,200, are we all done? At $2,200 then, we'll sell it at $2,200. Last and final chance at $2,200. Thank you very much.
100, 170.
170, lovely. Congratulations then for a beautiful and evocative note. And we move on to the note that Ellie was ashamed to say on the podcast, but I'll very happily say the dirty dollar, the $5 with the slightly overexposed Lady Liberty in the centre there, unfortunate for her. The dirty $5. What are you sniggering about there? That's what it was nicknamed. 15 choice fine, the wonderful $5 1896 silver certificate. Again, the Tillman Morgan signatures. And look at this, a wonderful piece of educational series history by Walter Sherlaw. Electricity presenting light to the world. $1,300 is bid at $1,300. At $1,300 on Spink Live at $1,300. At $1,300. At $1,300 on Spink Live at $1,300. Is there any advance on $1,300? On Spink Live at $1,300. Are we all done now then? Are we selling it at $1,300? Maiden Spink Live bid then at $1,300. The wonderful $5 silver certificate, choice fine, 15 the grade at $1,300 then. Last and final chance again. Summarised by Ellie on the podcast, 250 years of American history on Spink Insider on YouTube and anywhere else you listen to your podcast. $1,300 is the bid though today, and it's going to sell at $1,300. Thank you very much.
1-170.
170 again. Congratulations for securing those both. As we move on to the Chieftain, the 1899 silver certificate. Wonderful Spillman White, and again, 53, excellent paper quality, about uncirculated. And look at the bids, $2,800 is bid at $2,800. Is there any advance on $2,800? This wonderful 53 EPQ about uncirculated, $5 silver certificate of $18.99. At $2,800, is there any advance on $2,800? At $2,800 and holding on Spink Live at $2,800. $3,000 will advance it at $2,800 and holding. We'll sell it at $2,800 if there is no further protest from Spink Live at $2,800. Then fair warning for the wonderful 1899 $5 silver certificate at $2,800. Thank you very much.
1-122.
122, lovely. Lot 108. Last couple of lots from me before I hand over to my colleague. And we have the Treasury Notes, the 1891 $1 series. Tillman Morgan signatures yet again. Freeburg 351. 58 choice balance circulated EPQ. And look at the bids come tumbling in. $1,000, $1,100 is called. At $1,100. At $1,100. At $1,100. $1,200, thank you. $1,200. At $1,200. Is there any advance from you, 258? It's $1,200 against you at the moment. At $1,200. At $1,200, are you all done? Are you out of puff? It's $1,200 against you then. Last chance, paddle 258 at $1,200 for the 1991 Treasury Note. Thank you very much.
1-209.
209 again, welcome back. Lot 109, the penultimate lot from me for now at least. And we have the 4th and 1st National Bank of Nashville. That'll be Tennessee. And it's the choice fine 15. 1902 $5 plain back. And we have $120 bid. $120 only bid on this. The Napier McClung signatures for Nashville, Tennessee at $120. At $120. At $120, are we all done then? Are we selling it for the maiden Spink Live bid at $120? 4th and 1st National Bank at $120 then. The last and final chance, bit of Tennessee history here. As you go around the states now, $120. Thank you.
1-199.
Lovely. Lot 110, the Cleveland $2. Cleveland are higher now. And the Gem New 66 Perfect Paper Quality 1918. My goodness me. That is choice. $2,800 is the bid at $2,800. A beautiful example of the iconic battleship note. The battleship $2 at $2,800. At $2,800. At $2,800. 3,000 is called, thank you, at 3,000. My book bid is out then at $3,000 on Spink Live at $3,000. The Cleveland $2, the Battleship $2, 66 perfect paper quality. Wonderful example of this. Federal Reserve Bank $2 bill at $3,000. At $3,000, are we all done then? Are we selling it at $3,000? If there's no further protest, my book is out. The live bidder seems to be out. It's with you. Paddle 108 at $3,000. So last and final call. Thank you very much. Why did 139 bid?
I think he bid it on cover.
Oh, okay. 139 playing games then. We'll open it back up then. at $3,200. You waste all that time just to bid $3,200. Why 139? I'll give fair warnings paddle 8 if they want to bid again. Only fair $3,400 if they'd like to advance me at $3,200. Literally a call just as the gavel was about to wrap. At $3,200 it is then. I'll give you fair warning paddle 8 at $3,200 with a sniper bid there from paddle 139. Rather appropriate given it's a battleship note at $3,200. There it is, it's sold. 1-139, congratulations to them. And that allows me to hand over to my colleague Ella, who will take you through the rest of the wonderful treasury notes and on into the Objet Vertu. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody, or good morning if you find yourself across the Atlantic. I will start with lot 111, a Federal Reserve note, $5 New York 1914, and £60 is bid. Dollars, there we are. $60 is bid. $60 for this Federal Reserve $5 note. Holding at 60, I'll give fair warning, it's with the absentee bidder at $60. Sold. 1-114. Lot 112, another $5 note, again from 1914 in New York, and $70 is bid. 70 is bid. Holding at 70 with the absentee bidder. This one in a PMG holder, graded 30, very fine. We're holding at 70, and Spink Live comes in at 75. 75 is bid. It's with the Spink Live bidder. They've beaten the absentee bid. It's at 75. The gavel is up. Sold. 1-255. Thank you for your bid there. Lot 113, and we move to the $10 note, 1914 New York, and $110 is bid. 110. Holding at 110 with the absentee bidder. In a PMG holder, graded 35, choice very fine. 120 bid now. 120 on Spink Live. 120. Once again, beating that absentee bidder. It's holding with Spink Live at $120. I'll give fair warning. Sold. 1-209. All different bidders. Lot 114 and another Bank of England, United States of America note. This time $20 though. Again, 1914, and 80 is bid. 80 is bid. I will get out of my UK sphere soon, I'm sure. Holding at $80. Holding at 80. I'll give fair warning to Spink Live. It's with the absentee bidder at $80. Sold.
1-132.
1-132. Lot 115, another $20 note, this time from Cleveland though, 1914, and 130 is bid. 130. Graded 30, very fine by PMG, holding at $130. 130. I'll give fair warning, we're at $130. Sold.
1-35.
1-35. Lot 116, $20 note from San Francisco this time, and $80 is bid. $80. 80 with the absentee bidder. We're holding at 80, this time graded 20, very fine. I'll give fair warning to Spink Live at $80. The gavel is up. Sold.
1-38.
1-38. And we come to one of our highlight banknotes lots today, a Federal Reserve note, $50 from Cleveland, the series of 1914. This one, please do note that it has the ascending ladder serial number, so D23456A, and $2,000 is bid. $2,000. Surpassed that high estimate, we are at $2,000. 2,000. Scarce denomination, one of only 17 on PMG, $2,000. You'll need more Spink Live. It's against you at 2,000. Holding at $2,000. Next bid would be 2,200. Holding at 2,000, I'll give you fair warning, Spink Live. It's against you at $2,000. The gavel is up. Sold.
1-35.
1-35. Lot 118. And an $100 note this time from Cleveland, 1914. And $550 is bid. 550 is bid. 550. Graded 25, very fine. Holding at 550 now for the $100 note. I'll give fair warning. It's with the absentee bidder at $550. Sold.
1-98.
1-98. Lot 119. And we come to the run of gold certificates. This time a $10 note of 1922 and $110 is bid. 110. Holding at $110 with the absentee bidder. You'll need more Spink Live. It's against you at 110. I'll give fair warning at $110. Sold.
1-81.
1-81. Lot 120, another gold certificate, this time a mule, $10 from 1922, and $110 is bid. Oh, there we go. $300 is bid.
Is it lot 120?
Lot 120, sorry if I said something different. Yeah. $300 is bid. 320 now on Spink Live. 320. You've beaten the absentee bidder. It's at $320. Graded 30, very fine. For this mule $10 note of 1922. Holding at 320, it's with you, Spink Live. I'll give fair warning at $320. Sold.
1-199.
1-199. Lot 121, gold certificate, $20 from 1906. And we are up to $400 now. $400 is bid. $400. Graded 25, very fine. 400 on Spink Live. Looking for 420 for the $20 gold certificate of 1906. $400 is bid. We're holding at 400. I'll give fair warning at $400. Sold.
1-199.
1-199 again. Lot 122, gold certificate, $20, 1922 again, and $300 is bid. $300 is bid. Graded 25, very fine. We hold at $300. I'll give fair warning to Spink Live. It's against you. It's with the absentee bidder at $300. The gavel is up. Sold.
1-87.
1-87. Lot 123, gold certificate, $50 this time of 1913. An iconic note this with an impressive design and a good grade. And the bidding reflects that. $2,400 is bid. $2,400. It's with Spink Live at $2,400 now. $2,400. Scarce note this. We're holding at $2,400. You've beaten the absentee bidder. I'll give fair warning at $2,400. Sold.
1-199.
1-199. Lot 123A, a gold certificate mule, $50, and $650 is bid. $650 with the absentee bidder. Holding at $650 for the mule note. I'll give fair warning. It's against you, Spink Live, at $650. The gavel is up. Sold.
1-87.
7. Lot 124, gold certificate, $100 note.
It's just checking the charge.
Oh, yes. I think we're okay for now. What was I on? $100 note and $1,400 is bid. $1,400 is bid. It's with the absentee bidder at $1,400. I'll give fair warning to Spink Live. It's against you at $1,400. Sold.
1-98.
1-98. Lot 125, a gold certificate, $100 note here. Classic orange reverse. And $2,200 is bid. $2,200 is bid. A strong grade, 35 choice very fine, and we hold at 2,200. 2,200. Do I see any more? It's with the absentee bidder. At 2,200, I'll give fair warning. Sold. 1-2-3. Lot 126, gold certificate, $100, series of 1922, and 380 is bid. 380 on Spink Live. $380. You've beaten that absentee bid once again. It's with you, Spink Live, at 380, featuring Thomas Hart Benton, nicknamed Old Bullion, for his steadfast advocacy of gold bullion. Well, that makes sense. $420 is bid. $440 now. $460. You've had a chance to read the description. We are at $460 now. $460. $460. Are you coming back? 255? It's against you at $460. I'll give fair warning then. Holding at $460. Sold.
1-199.
199 again. Lot 127. And we move from the gold certificates to legal tender. $100 of 1966 and $90 is bid. $90. Graded 35 very fine. $90 is bid. For the $100 legal tender note. If no further protest, I'll give fair warning at $90. The gavel is up. Sold.
1-28.
1-28. Lot 108. And a silver certificate now. $5, 1934D. And $55 is bid. 55 now. 55. Graded 55 appropriately. EPQ about uncirculated. And we hold at $55. If no further protest, I'll give fair warning at $55. Sold.
1-9.
1-9. Lot 129, Federal Reserve notes, $100 New York, 1929, and $130 is bid. $130. $130. Graded 30 very fine. We hold at 130. I'll give fair warning at $130. Sold.
1-6.
1-6. And lot 130, Federal Reserve notes, specimen $2, Boston 1976. Very limited numbers here. And 1,500 is bid. 1,500. Graded 63, choice uncirculated. 1,500 is bid. We hold at 1,500. If no further protest, I'll give fair warning at $1,500. Sold.
1-35.
1-35. Lot 131. And we have a Federal Reserve note specimen $10 from St. Louis. And this one, our first top pot banknote that I have auctioned today, 1,100 is bid. 1,200 now. You'll need more Spink Live. It's against you at 1,002, and you do. 1,300 now. 1,300 is bid. 1,300. You've finally beaten that absentee bidder. It's with you, Spink Live, at 1,300. Graded 64, choice uncirculated. If no further protest, I'll give fair warning to my Spink Live bidders at $1,300. Sold.
1-209.
1-209. Lot 132, Federal Reserve specimen $20 note from Minneapolis of 1974, and $1,100 is bid. 1,200 now on Spink Live. 1,200. Holding at 1,200. It's with you, Spink Live. Graded 64, choice uncirculated. Lovely grade. And if no further protest, I'll give fair warning at 1,200, 1,300. There you are. $1,300. 1,400 now. 1,400. Took you a little while to decide, but here we are, 1,500 now. 1,500. They don't want you to have it. It's at $1,500. 1,600 now. 1,600. Considered bidding here. We're at 1,600. I'll give fair warning at $1,600. Sold.
1-209.
1-209. Lot 133, Federal Reserve Notes, specimen $20 of New York, 1996. This one, once again, a top pop. And $3,600 is bid. 3,600 is bid. Graded 66 EPQ gem uncirculated. And that raises us to $4,000 now. $4,000 on Spink Live. 4,000. It's against you, 209. You'll have to come back with more. We're holding at 4,000. I'll give fair warning to the Spink Live bidders at $4,000. Sold.
1-5.
1-5. New bidder, I believe. Lot 134, another specimen note, this time of $50 from Atlanta, 1974. And once again, a top pop. And $1,100 is bid. 1,300 now. 1,300, 1,400. 1,400, graded 64, choice uncirculated. 1,500 now. 1,500 is bid. Holding at 1,500? No, we don't. We're at 1,600 now. 1,600, 1,700 now. 1,700. Bidding more on Spink Live? 1,800. Will you go 1,900? We're holding at 1,800 now. And you do 1,900. 1,900. For the specimen, $50. $2,000 is bid. $2,000 for the top pop note. Now is your time. I'll give fair warning. It's against you on Spink Live at 2,200 now. 2,200. Holding at 2,200, we go to 4. 2,400 now. 2,400. Thinking about it, now is the time to bid. We're holding at 2,400. I'll give fair warning to all the bidders on Spink Live at £2,400. The gavel is up. Sold.
1-209.
1-209. Lot 135. Federal Reserve Notes, specimen $50 from Philadelphia, 1996. And once again, a top pop. And 4,200 is bid. 4,200 is bid. Great grade here. Graded 67 EPQ, superb gem uncirculated. 4,600 is bid. 4,600 now. Holding at 4,600. Another bidding war perhaps beginning on Spink Live. You've beaten the absentee bidder. It's at $4,600. 4,600 now. If no further protest, I'll give fair warning at $4,600. Sold.
1-5.
1-5. Lot 136, and we move from $50 to $100. This time from San Francisco, 1974, and $2,600 is bid. 3,000 now. 3,200. 3,200 on Spink Live. Graded 66 EPQ gem uncirculated. We are at $3,200. You've beaten the absentee bidder. It's with you, Spink Live, at 3,200. I'll give fair warning at $3,200. Sold.
1-209.
1-209. Lot 137. A specimen $100 note from New York, 1996. And 1,400 is bid. 1,400 is bid. 1,500 now on Spink Live. 1,500. Graded 63, choice uncirculated. $1,500, 1,600 now. 1,700. 1,700 is bid. 1,800. 1,800. Several bidders here. We're at 1,800. Think about it, but quickly, because I'll give fair warning, at $1,800, the gavel is up. Sold.
1-209.
1-209 again. Lot 138. And an iconic note this, $500 note from Kansas City, 1934. Large denomination, one of the most sought after issues, and $1,200 is bid. 1,200 now. Graded very fine by PMG, we're at $1,200. Holding at 1,200 for the $500 note of Kansas City. If no further protest, I'll give fair warning at $1,200. Sold.
1-28.
1-28. Lot 139, and we move on from the banknotes to some of the more numismatic interest. And we have a lovely brass California Gold Rush token box from 1849. And my book is out. $70 is bid. 80 on the sale room. The sale room's back. 85 against, I'm afraid.
100.
100 on the sale room now. And 110. 120 on the sale room. They go 130. 130 is bid against the sale room. Likely for the housing of toy money or perhaps even a small gold nugget. $130 is bid. We're holding with my absentee bidder. I've given fair warning to the sale room at $130. Sold.
1-134.
1-134. And a Libby Prison War Museum medal, lot 140. $130 is bid. 140 on the sale room. This a exhibit medal, 1893 for Libby Prison. And 160 is bid. 160 on the sale room. 160. Take a moment to read that story. 180 on the sale room now. 180. It's against you, Spink Live. It's with the sale room now. At 180, 190 on Spink Live. 200 on the sale room. 200 on the sale room. 200. Great story here. An old prison which was bought and used as a museum. We're at $220 now. 220 on Spink Live. It's against you, sale room, at 220. I'll give you fair warning at $220. The gavel is up. Sold.
1-61.
1-61. Thank you for your bids there. And from medals to photographs. And lot 141, the first of our Baseball International News photographs. This one of Babe Ruth and Ted Williams, Boston Red Sox in 1946. And $80 is bid. 90 on the sale room. I must come in at 95. Oh, no, I won't. The absentee bidder has it. I must come in at 110 then. 120 against me. I go 130. 130 with my book. 140 with the sale room. I go 150. 150 with me. Thank you. Type 3 photograph, composite photograph. 160 on Spink Live. You have beaten the book. It's with Spink Live at $160. 160. This also, I should mention, has been graded as authentic in a PSA holder. $160. Are we all done then? I'll give fair warning. 170 on the sale room, just in time. 170, 180 on Spink Live. $180 now. 180. It's against you, sale room. You'll need a little bit more. It's against you at 180. I'll give fair warning at $180. Sold.
1-170.
1-170. Lot 142, another one, once again, of Babe Ruth and Ted Williams. And $85 is bid. I must come in at 90. 90 with my book. 95 against, I go 100. And I'll go 120 then. 120 with the book. Any protest against the book at $120. Once again, graded authentic. We hold at 120. I'll give fair warning to the sale room and Spink Live at $120. Sold to IN1001. Lot 143, the final photograph on offer today, and this time for Baseball UPI Telephoto Roy Campanella and Mickey Mantle, 1952, and $80 is bid. $80 is bid. I must come in at 90. 90 with my book. Holding at 90, once again graded authentic. We hold at 90, it's with the book. As Mickey Mantle crosses home, the tying run of the game, I have no idea what any of this means. $90 is bid, I'll give fair warning. Sold. 1001 again. And lot 144, interesting lot here. A USA 48 star United States flag of 1944. Obviously 48 before Alaska and Hawaii became official states, which I believe was in 1959. And $70 is bid. 70, 75, 80. $80 is bid. 90 now. 100. 100 with the absentee bidder. $100. You'll need more Spink Live. It's against you at 100. Holding at $100 for the 48 star flag. Extremely fine condition. I'll give fair warning at $100 for the flag. Sold.
1-87.
1-87. And a little bit of gold just interspersed here. A World War II gold allied set, 5 gold coins included. And this is lot 145 and 4,600 is bid. 4,600. 4,600. Got all the allies there, USA, Britain, Canada, France, and Russia. 4,600. Do I see any protest? If not, I'll give fair warning at $4,600. Sold.
1-61.
1-61. And we come to a firm favorite in the coin department. This Lalique Frosted and Clear Glass Liberty Eagle, marked Lalique, who we have affectionately nicknamed Pretzel, which you may have heard Greg referencing earlier and been very confused. And we are looking for $460. $460 is bid on the sale room. $460 for Pretzel. It's not an official name, just so you're aware. $460 is bid. It's with the maiden bid on the sale room for the Lalique Eagle. If no further protest, I will sell at $460. Sold.
Okay, Pretzel.
Yay, Pretzel.
4007.
4007. Lot 147, an Art Deco diamond wristwatch. Oh, we skipped a lot. Otherwise, it's a very glamorous watch.
Yeah.
Just give us a moment. We will get on the right lot in a moment. Well, I can tell you about the watch from what I can see until we get there. Swiss-made mechanical wristwatch, the movement of typical early 20th century export construction, housed in a composite white metal case with mixed carat white gold elements, and also featuring some lovely old cut diamonds and rose cut as well. And I'm sure you'll be on the edge of your seats. Do we need to take a little pause?
Yes.
Pretzel broke the system, it would seem.
Pretzel broke the system. Wait, 147.
No,
Is that charger?
I don't know if that's.
Yeah, there is an
There's no
There
147.
isn't seven.
There definitely is. There definitely is. Because I believe we have a bid on it on Spink Live. Should we take a quick break before we begin the Objet Vertu section?
Yes, that's.
Let's do that.
Yeah, sure.
We'll be back in 5 minutes then. Short break and the technical issue there, but we have rectified it. Hopefully it gave you a chance to get a drink on this very, very hot day. And we come to lot 147, the Art Deco diamond wristwatch. And I already gave you the spiel, so we'll go straight in with the bids at $280. $280 with the absentee bidder. Holding at 280, 300, 320 now. 320 against you, Spink Live. You'll need a bit more. Featuring old cut and rose cut diamonds. $320 is bid. 320, a characteristic example of early 20th century Swiss-American luxury watchmaking. If no further protest, and there is, 340, 360 now. $360 is bid. 380, 400. 440 now. 440. 440. 480 now. 500. You've woken up. $500 is bid. Well, you were probably just not at your computer, so $500 is bid. Holding at 500, have we reached our limit for the diamond wristwatch? I'll give fair warning at $500 sold. 1-3, thank you for your bids there. And we come to lot 148, an American mid-20th century diamond cocktail ring designed as an asymmetrical spray cluster set with pear-shaped diamonds and baguette cut accents. And we are looking for $5,500 to start us here. $5,500. 11 pear-shaped diamonds and several baguettes. An approximate estimate of 6 carats in total for the diamond weight. 5,500 we look for. Looking for 5,500. If no protest, at $5,500, I'll give fair warning. Passed. Lot 149 brings us to the first of our Tiffany offerings today. This one, a sterling silver spoon with the patented Sant Lorenzo pattern, and $140 is bid. $140 for this early Tiffany & Co. sterling silver spoon. $140. Holding at $140 for the Tiffany spoon. $150. $150 is bid. $150. $150. We hold at $150. I'll give fair warning. It's still with the absentee bidder at $150. Sold.
1-36.
1-36. Lot 150. Another Tiffany & Co. piece this time a lovely Vesta or match case, crafted in 14 karat gold. And we're looking for $3,800 to start. $3,800 here. Lovely, sleek and tactile Vesta case this, with a sapphire on the thumb piece. We look for $3,800 now. An understated sophistication of pre-war American luxury goods. Looking for 3.8. I'll give fair warning. Passed. Lot 151, Tiffany & Co. American engine-turned money clip, again crafted in 14 karat gold, and we look for $2,000 to start here. $2,000. 2,000. Marked for Tiffany & Co. of course, and also stamped for 14 carats. Looking for 2,000. If no interest, at 2,000, we pass. Lot 152, and we come to the more contemporary Tiffany offerings. This a group of 3 contemporary jewelry pieces crafted in sterling silver, and we look for $950 to start here. And we have a letter M notes initial disc necklace and 2 returned to Tiffany pieces, a necklace and matching bracelet, and we are looking for $950 to start here. Looking for $950. I believe all come with their original Tiffany pouches and some with a box. Looking for $950. I'll give fair warning at $950 to the sale room and Spink Live. Not today. And the final Tiffany & Co. lot, and my final lot of the day, a group of 2 Tiffany ballpoint pens, and $320 is bid. $320. We have the T-clip silver-mounted ballpoint pen, and the one from Elsa Peretti as well. $340 now. $340 is bid for the set of 2 pens. Holding at $340, I'll give fair warning. It's with the absentee bidder at $340. Sold. 1-36. Thank you for all your bids. I will now hand over to Georgie for the very exciting Crichton stuff. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you, Ella. Right, so we now move on to the Crichton Family Archive. So it's a real privilege to offer these 4 lots today and also to exhibit some other documents from the archive here at Spink. These 4 items together, they tell the story of 2 generations of the Crichton family. Their connection to loyalism in colonial and revolutionary America, a history which is often being forgotten, and it also tells the story of how the family re-established themselves into important American legal, religious, and military circles in the first half of the 19th century. So without further ado, I will introduce lot 154, this Jersey colonial currency 3 shilling note, the last issue to be produced in 25th of March, 1776. And I see $220 is bid. Any advance on 220 for this good fine pressed note at 220. These were replaced in 1780, but it's fantastic in 240 now, fantastic, which the family decided to hold on to this, and it still exists today. New place at 240 now. If we're all done, we will hold at $240. Fair warning, gavel is up, new place, 260 now, at 260, climbing to 280, straight back at $280 for this 1776, 3 shilling and 280 still and holding for this 3 shilling note. Still holding now at $280. If we're all done, fair warning, and sold 280. 1-54, thank you. And now with lot 155, we come to our cover lot today. This excessively rare King's College, now Columbia University Literary Society hand engraved prize medal. It was awarded to James Crichton in 1770 when he received his BA degree from the college. It is only the 4th which has surfaced of, I believe, 28 which were struck. And of those 4, it is only the 3rd which is named to a recipient. So this is a really fantastic early piece of colonial American history. It tells the story of the early kings. It also tells the story of this family, and it tells the forgotten story of loyalism in early America. Without this piece, we would not know that story. I see 30 on Spink Live. I see the telephone comes bid. I have a prior bid at 34. Against the telephone at 34, I have 34 with the auto bidder, at 34 with the auto bidder. 36 on the floor, 38 comes straight back. With my auto bidder at 38. For this fantastic opportunity to acquire this medal today at 38, 40 back with Joshua's telephone. On the telephone at 40 now. Only the 4th known. I see Greg's telephone comes in at 42 now. At 42, new place at $42,000. 44 back on Spink Live. Paddle 100 comes back in at 44,000. I see 46 on Greg's telephone. At 46 now on Greg's telephone, climbing steadily up to 48 back on Spink Live. Paddle 100. I see Greg's hand goes up first, and 50 is called. 50 is called on Greg's telephone. We'll go 55 after this. 55 is called. We will now go up in 5s. 55 on Spink Live. I see Greg again at 60. 60 is called. Looking to both of my telephones as we hold at 60,000. Still holding now at 60. This excessively rare King's College medal. The first to be issued in America, which is still in existence today. 65 Spink Live comes back. At 65,000 and 70 is called back on the telephone. At 70 now with Greg's telephone. Engraved by Alicia Galladay. the well-known engraver who also contributed to the continental dollar, at 70,000 now, still with Greg's telephone and holding. 75 comes straight back. On Spink Live at 75. A new and 80 is called at 80 now. A new world record for this King's College Literary Society medal at 80,000 now. Still on Greg's telephone, I look over to Joshua, I look to Spink Live come back. At 85 now, on Spink Live. On Spink Live, 90 is called, the hand goes straight back up with Greg at 90,000 now. At 90,000. The design also seen on the college's early seal at 95 now. Back on Spink Live at 95,000. $100,000 is called. At the back of the room with Greg's telephone at 100,000, please. At 100,000 with Greg. We take a moment of pause as we hold on Greg's telephone at $100,000. 110, back on Spink Live. The battle continues. I see 120. Thank you, Greg. With Greg at $120,000. Still holding now on the floor at $120,000. Holding still at $120,000. If you're all done, first and final call at $120,000. Final call at $120,000. The gavel is up. 130. They come back at 130 now. Very considered bidding, taking us up to 130.
135, please.
I will accept the cut bid of 135. 135 on Greg's telephone, please. As you've taken us this far, we will now go up in fives from this point. So at 135 with Greg's telephone, the other telephone or Spink Live wants to come back, it will be 140. Still on Greg's telephone at 135. Holding again at $135,000. The gavel goes up one more time. Fair warning. And sold. $135,000. That is a world record result for one of these medals. So thank you very much for all our participants. And Greg, could I have your paddle, please?
999.
999. There we go. Thank you to all our bidders there for that fantastic lot. Now, we still remain with the Crichton archive here, and we move on to lot 156. A later issue here from Columbia University, this Philalexian Society silver hand engraved medal, likely awarded around 1810, 1812, when William Crichton, James Crichton's son, was at the university. And I'm looking for $400. I see it straight on Josh's telephone at 400 now. At 400 for this early piece of Columbia University. 420 is called with Greg at 420 now. 440 comes straight back with Josh at 440 now. With Josh at 440, 460 with Greg at 460. 460 with Greg. I see 480 with Josh, his telephone at 480. 500 is called back with Greg at 500 and 550. Back with Josh at 550. 600 back with Greg. Climbing steadily now to 600 and 650 with Joshua's telephone at $650. 700 comes straight back with Greg at 700 now. 750 with Greg, with Josh's telephone against Greg, back with Greg now at 800. Climbing steadily between the two at 800 on Greg's telephone. At 800 now. At 800, please. 850 back with Joshua's telephone. 900 is called. These don't appear all too often, and lovely to have a family story connect to this. 950 back on Josh's telephone at 950. 1,000 is called on Greg's telephone at 1,000 now. The telephone's battling us out. I see 1,100 back with Josh's telephone at $1,100. Another example sold by direct family descent for this fantastic Philalexian Society medal on Josh's telephone at $1,100. $1,100. Fair warning. And sold. Thank you, Josh. And can I have your paddle, please? 900. Lovely. Excellent. And we move on to lot 157. The last lot on offer today from the Crichton Family Archive. We have a rather fantastic pair of Gale and Hayden presentation coin silver ewers. These were presented to William Crichton, again, the youngest son of James Crichton, upon his appointment as president of the Convention of the Diocese of New York. I should also note that they are produced by a rather fantastic pair of silversmiths. In particular, Gale went on to produce pieces for Tiffany, and they are also of fantastic contemporary Rococo style. They also reflect the pastoral ideal of New York at this time and what other artists and silversmiths were producing. So they are a fantastic example of contemporary fashion in silver. And for this pair of presentation ewers, I'm looking for $6,000. Any interest for this pair at $6,000? Both marked at the bottom and dated 1847. Only with light signs of wear, but otherwise fantastic high relief design for this pair of ewers. Any interest at $6,000 for this pair of ewers? Awarded to William Crichton, likely in 1847 or thereabouts. One of them is also listed in his estate when he passed away. One of them is not, but as they've remained in the family for so long, we believe that one of them was probably residing either in another house or with another relative at the time. And I will ask again, Spink Live and the room, any interest at $6,000 for this pair? If not, we will pass today and pass. One to see us about. Lovely, and we move now on to lot 159, and we start with our run of American currency. Lot 159, we have this Connecticut copper of 1787, and I must come in with my book at $300, please. With me at $300. With me on the book at $300. We can part, none the fine, good, fine, and scarce at $300. If we're all done, selling to my book at $300, new place at $320 now. I come back in at $340, on my book at $340. $360 comes back, my book is out at $360 now. On Spink Live at $360. Fair warning, the gavel is up and sold $360.
1-54.
Thank you. Moving on to lot 160, and we start with the US currency proper with this draped bust half cent 1802/2. So do note that rarity there, this legendary half cent type, and for this VF30 Brown PCGS example, I'm looking for $18,000. Any interest on the floor or on Spink Live or the sale room for this legendary half cent rarity? 1802/2, second reverse type. Any interest at $18,000? Note the overdate, but if it's got no takers today, we will pass. Pass. Moving on to lot 161, and we have another rarity here, an error draped bust half cent, 1805, medium 5. And I see my book is out, and I'm asking for $6,000. Any interest at $6,000 for this striking error, scarce for this date? It's a rare half cent, a rather unusual depiction of liberty there, but if there's no takers, I will pass today. Pass. Moving on to lot 162, and we start our run of cents with this draped bust example of 1801. And I see $85 is bid. Any advance? I see 90 comes in, new place on Spink Live. 90 on Spink Live. 100 is called on sale room. 100 now on sale room. At 100 on sale room. Spink Live, you'll need to go again with our sale room bidder at $100 for this good fine example, holding now at $100 and sold.
4001.
4001. Thank you, sale room. Moving on to lot 163, and we have a pair of cents here. A draped bust example of 1802 and the classic head from 1812. And I see $280 is bid. Any advance on 280? At 280 now for this pair of cents, draped bust and classic head at 280. If the pre-bidding has done it, we hold at $280. Fair warning, and sold 280.
1-35.
35, thank you. Lot 164. And we have another pair here. The Liberty Matron head cent, 1824, and the Indian head cent of, where is my date? 1868. A lovely pair here. And I see $300 is bid. Please also note the provenance. Both coins from the SM Damon collection, and $300 holds with the absentee bidder at $300. If we're all done, I will sell. Fair warning, and sold 300. 1-83, thank you. Moving on to 165. And we have this time the braided hair cent. 2 examples on offer here, and I'm looking for $70. Any interest at $70 for this very fine pair, 1851 and 1853? Any interest at 70? These two are looking for a new home, but if there's no takers on Spink Live or the sale room, we will pass today and pass. Moving on to lot 166. And I see that my book is now out, so we come in on Spink Live at $260. At $260 for this MS61 braided hair cent. $280 with the absentee bidder at $280. Spink Live, you'll need to go again with the absentee at $280. Graded and from the SM Damon collection with that name listed on the holder with the absentee bidder now at $280. If we're all done, fair warning, and sold 280.
1-87.
Thank you. Moving on to lot 167, we remain with the cents, this time moving to the Indian Head series by James Barton Longacre, and I'm looking for $40. $40 for this extremely fine example. Any interest at $40 for this 1863 Philadelphia example? Any interest at 40? Looking to Spink Live, now is your time to bid. If there's no takers, we will pass and pass. And with 168, we move on to the half dimes, this time moving back to the flowing hair series. Nice run here, this one dated 1795. My book is out, and I see $1,100 jumping now up to $1,300 with the absentee bidder at $1,300. Graded NGC VF, a respectable grade for this series, at $1,300 now. At $1,300 and holding with the absentee bidder. Spink Live come back in, but back now with panel 83 at $1,500 for this Philadelphia flowing hair half dime, an early collectible type at $1,500 to $1,600 now, at $1,600. Of first cleaned, nonetheless, not many of these in existence at $1,700 now. At $1,700, back with paddle 83, and $1,800 is called. At $1,800 now. Small metal floor, nonetheless good fine, and $1,900 is called. At $1,900 now. $2,000 is called. Back with paddle 149 at $2,000. Spink Live battling it out now, jumping up to $2,200. At $2,200 now. Climbing steadily up to $2,200. If we're out of puff, we hold now at $2,200. Fair warning, and sold $2,200.
1-83.
Thank you. And lot 169, again, my book again is out. And we move to the year 1800 for the draped bust half dimes. And I see $1,500 is bid. $1,500 with the absentee bidder. Graded NGC G6. Again, another respectable grade for this series. First year of issue type at $1,500. If the pre-bidding has done it, I will sell to the auto bidder. Fair warning, and sold $1,500.
1-83.
1-83, thank you. Lot 170. Still remaining with the draped bust half dimes, this time moving on to 1803. My book again is out, and we start with the auto bid at $1,100. At $1,200, new place on Spink Live at $1,200. This large 8 variety, 1803. Struck at Philadelphia, dies by Gilbert Stewart, and holding now with our Spink Live bidder at $1,200. If we're all done for this rather fantastic early piece, I will sell for $1,200. Fair warning, and sold $1,200.
1-8.
1-83 again, thank you. A half-time fan. Moving on to lots 171. And again, another example here of the same date, 1803 and large 8. Graded this time F15. My book is also out, and we jump straight up to $2,400. $2,800 now, $3,200. Auto bidder and Spink Live climbing all the way up to $3,200 now. Only just shy of 38,000 of these struck, a scarce early denomination, and that's why we see 3,200 on Spink Live. If we're all done, I will sell to paddle 116, fair warning, and sold 3,200.
1-116.
116, thank you. Moving on to the capped bust issues for the half dimes. This is an example from 1829. And I see a respectable $95 is bid. Who wants to take on Spink Live? And they do. $100 is bid now at 100, and 110 is called. For this very fine first year of issue type at 110. For this capped bust issue, 120. Back with paddle 57 at $120. 130. Climbing steadily now on Spink Live doing the work and taking us to $130. With paddle 137, if we're done now, holding at $130, fair warning, and sold 130.
1-173.
173, thank you. Moving on to lots 173, and we have a trio of half dimes here. Again, all capped bust varieties, 1829, 1830, and 1837. Generally fine or better, and 180 is bid, at 180 now. At 180. With the pre-bidder at 180 for this trio, and holding. It looks as if the pre-bidding has done it. Fair warning, and sold 180.
1-57.
Thank you. Moving on to lot 174. Again, my book is out, and we storm all the way up to $2,600 for this seated Liberty half dime. New Orleans example, no stars type. Type 1, no stars. So, still holding now at 2,000, 3,000 comes in. Back with the auto bidder at $3,000 now. Only 70,000 of these were issued, so a scarce seated Liberty variety. Holding now at $3,000 with the auto bidder and holding, fair warning, and sold 3,000.
1-116.
116, thank you. People got their bids in early. Moving on to lot 175, and we start our run of nickel 5 cents. This one, a rather lovely proof issue, graded PF62 by NGC for this 1875 Philadelphia nickel 5 cents. My book is out again, and we move to the auto bidder at $380 for this PF62 400. Back with the auto bidder at 400 now. Only 700 of these were struck. At 400 and holding. A glossy brilliance. Holding now with the auto bidder. If Spink Live are out, holding still at $400. Fair warning, and sold 400.
1-249.
Thank you. Moving on to lot 176. Again, my book is out, so we turn to the auto bidder for this proof shield nickel 5 cents, 1883 without raise type, and 460 jumping up to $500 now. Another rarity, only 5,419 of these were produced at $500 now. Another example from the Damon collection, graded PF64. Still with the auto bidder, Spink Live, If you'll go no more, we hold at $500. Fair warning. And sold 500.
1-249.
Just 249 again, thank you. Moving on to lot 177. Again, the book has been beat and we come in at 420. At 420 now. For another proof issue on offer today, this time the Liberty nickel 5 cents, 1883. No cents type. Graded PF64 cameo, so a rather fantastic grade there. And 440 comes in. At 440, new place on Spink Live. Another example from that Damon collection at $440 now and holding. If we're all done, I will sell to Spink Live. Fair warning. And sold 440.
1-5.
-54, thank you. Moving on to lot 178, and we move to the Buffalo nickel 5 cents, 1913 Denver issue, and I see 85, 95, 100 now. $100. This iconic Buffalo issue at $100. Very fine first year of issue type at 100 and holding with the auto bidder. Fair warning. And sold 100.
1-35.
Industry 5, thank you. Moving on to lot 179 takes us onto our series of dimes. Draped bust example here for 1802, struck at Philadelphia, a key early date. And for this example, I am looking for $4,600. Any interest at $4,600? Have a look at the description. Only just shy of 11,000 of these were produced, key date in the series. So in this condition, still a rather sought after piece. And I'm looking for $4,600 for this key date 1802 dime. If there's no takers today, then we will pass. Pass. Moving on to lot 180, and we start the first of our capped bust dimes. This example 1834 with a large imperfect 4, and I see 160 new place on Spink Live. At 160 now. The rich cabinet tone 170 comes back in. Back on Spink Live at 170, 180, climbing now up to $180. For this capped bust dime, large imperfect 4 at 180, 190. At $190 now. A rich cabinet tone and $200 is called. Considered Spink Live bidding taking us up to $200 and $220 now. Back with paddle 57 at $220. This variety 2 type, designed by John Reich, and 240 is called. This Philadelphia issue at $240. They're thinking, but still holding now with bidder 173 at $240. If we're all done, I will sell. Fair warning. And sold 240.
1-173.
Thank you. Moving on to lot 181. And I have a book bid here, so I must come in at £600, $600 with me, I should say, at $600 for this seated Liberty dime at $600. Small date, still on my book at $600. You've knocked out the auto bidder, still holding now at $600. If we're all done, I will sell to my book. Fair warning. And sold 600 to IN 1006. Moving on to lot 182, another proof on offer today, the seated Liberty dime of 1879. And I must come in with my book at $400, please. With my book at 400. I have a prior 400, so who wants to split me up? Otherwise, my auto bidder will have it at 400. Anyone on Spink Live going to take on the auto bidder? Only 1,100 of these were struck. The auto bidder still holding on at $400. If we're all done, I will have to sell to my auto bidder at 4 new place. Paddle 83 comes in at 420. Thank you, Paddle 83, at 420 now for this scarce seated Liberty proof at 420. If we're all done, I will sell to Paddle 83 at 420. Fair warning. And sold 420.
1 dash 83.
83, thank you. Moving on to lot 183. This time my book is out for this trio of seated Liberty dimes. A whole mix of dates here, 1882, 1886 and 1888. Do take a look at the grades, some fantastic grades here, MS 63 through to MS 65. And some strong pre-bidding has already taken us up to 1,000 and 1,100 now. The auto bidder has it at 1,100. For this trio of high-graded seated Liberty dimes, holding now with the auto bidder, Spink Live, they come back in, and you've done it Spink Live at 1,200 now. At 1,200 with Spink Live, paddle 35. Still holding now at $1,200. If we're all done, I will sell to paddle 35 at $1,200. Fair warning, and sold 1,200.
1 dash 35.
Just 35, thank you. Moving on to lot 184 for this capped Liberty $quarter of 25 cents, dated 1834. And I must come in with my book at $1,100, please. With my book at $1,100. For this AU58 example, on my book at $1,100. Likely a later die striking this example, at $1,100 on the book and holding. If we're all done, I will sell to the book. Holding, new place, 1,200 comes back in. Just in the nick of time, Spink Live bids again. At 1,200, I must go again, 1,300 with me on the book. 1,300 on the book. With my book at 1,300, 1,400 back on Spink Live, I go one more, 1,500 on the book, please. With me at 1,500. On the book and still holding at $1,500 for this 1834 $quarter. Fair warning, holding at 1,500 and sold. Sold to my book at 1,500, IN 1006. Moving on to lot 185, a Liberty seated $quarter, this time dated 1834, and I see Spink Live jump in with 340 and 360 now. Paddle 173 has it at 360, $360 for this pair. I should note, please note there are two in the lot at 400 now. Please excuse the photo, there are two in the description, so please have a read through. You've got a $quarter of 1838 and another of 1853. Holding now at $400 on Spink Live. If we're all done, I will sell. Fair warning, and sold 400.
1 dash 173.
Thank you. Moving on to lot 186. And again, sadly, the book is out as we whiz all the way up to $1,600 with the auto bidder at $1,600 for this proof seated Liberty $quarter, 1857. Again, another Philadelphia issue here. Only 40 of these were struck, so a real rarity. So I'm still looking to my auto bidder at $1,600. Who wants to take on the auto bidder? This MS, I should note, not MS, slight error in the description there. It is in fact proof. So PR61 NGC example, new place at 1,700, at 1,700. Only 40 of these produced, a rarity from the $quarter series, and 1,800 back again, and 1,900 now, at $1,900. The book is out. We're looking to Spink Live now at 1,900. 2,000 is called. 2,000 now. Back with paddle 83 at $2,000. Still holding now at 2,000. If we're all done, I will sell for $2,000. Fair warning, and sold 2,000.
1 dash 83.
83, thank you. Moving on to lot 187, another seated Liberty $quarter, this time dated 1861, a type 2 example here, and a rather more modest $160 is bid. Any advance on 160 for this currency issue at 150. Very fine example at 150. Looks like the pre-bidding has done it. Holding at $150. Fair warning. And sold 150.
1 dash 57.
Just 57, thank you. Moving on to lot 188. Again, the book is out. for this seated Liberty quarter dollar, 1873 with arrows type, graded MS63, and I see the auto bidder has taken us up to $1,100. At $1,100 for this MS63 example, extremely fine at $1,100 and holding. Looks as if the pre-bidding has done it at $1,100, fair warning, and sold $1,100.
1-83.
-83, thank you. Lot 189, another seated Liberty quarter dollar, no arrows type, and do note the mint as Carson City. Graded VF30 by NGC with a nice cabinet tone, and I see $120 is bid. New place on Spink Live at 120. For this VF30 no arrows 1876 Carson City at 120 and holding. Spink Live has it at $120. Fair warning. 130 in the nick of time. Paddle 61 coming in at $130 now. Still holding now at $130. This is your moment to bid, but still holding with paddle 61 at $130. The gavel goes up again. Fair warning. And sold 130.
1-61.
61, thank you. Moving on to lot 190, and we remain with the quarter dollars, but this time moving on to the Barber series. A rather lovely MS65 1915 example here. And my book is out as we come in at $440. At $440 now. This MS65 example at $440. Who wants to take on the auto bidder? At $440 now. This 1915 quarter dollar holding at $440. The gavel goes up. Fair warning. And sold $440.
1-83.
83, thank you. And with lot 191, we move on to the half dollars. This 1806 example with a pointed 6. And I must come in with my book at $400, please. With my book at $400, $420 against, I go back at $440. With me at $440, please. My book is out. The auto bidder is at $460 now. With the auto bidder at $460. For this pointed 6, 1806 Philadelphia half dollar. Good fine condition. Nice early type at $460. If we're all done, I will sell to the auto bidder. No, we're not. 500 is called. Still with my auto bidder though at 500. Paddle 35, you'll need to go one more. At $500 and holding. If we're all done, I will sell. Fair warning. And sold 500.
1-136.
136. Lovely. Moving on to lot 192. And again, my book is out for this pair of half dollars. 1809 and 1822, both Philadelphia. Again, do note the provenance, both from the SM Damon collection and both in NGC holders. And I see $750 is bid. At $750 for this pair. XF45 and AU50. If the pre-bidding has done it, we hold at $750. Fair warning. And sold $750.
Do we read them out?
Yes, please.
1-116.
Thank you. Moving on to lot 193 and a capped bust half dollar 1811 variety here with a small 8. And I see 120 comes in. New place at 120 on Spink Live. 130 is called now. Coming back at 130. Paddle 204 at $130 now for this good fine example. Early capped bust example at 130 and holding. If we're all done, I will sell to paddle 204. Fair warning. And sold 130.
1-204.
204, thank you. Moving on to lot 194, and we stay with a capped bust half dollars. This time moving to 1822, Philadelphia issue. An about very fine example, and I'm looking for $220. Any interest for this example at 220? 1822 half dollar. About very fine. Any interest at 220? If not, we will pass today and pass. Moving on to lot 195, and my book is out. for this capped bus $half, 1824 over 1. Do note the overdate there. And I see $480 is bid. 550 comes straight back with the auto bidder. Jumping now to 550 at 550. And 600 and 650 back with the auto bidder. 700, 750 back with the auto bidder. It's 1824 over 1. Cabinet toned and about extremely fine example. Back with the auto bidder at 950 now. Ignore that estimate. We're at 1,100. Jumping straight up now to $1,200. $1,300 now. Climbing steadily into the four figures at $1,300 now. At $1,300. Holding now with paddle 116. 1,400 comes back. With paddle 61 at 1,400. And 1,500 is called now. At $1,500. For this Philadelphia $half and 1,600 is called. At 1,600. This rather lovely example at 1,600. Cabinet toned, bows extremely fine at 1,600. If we're all done, paddle 61 has it. Fair warning. And sold 1,600.
1-61.
Thank you. Moving on to lot 196. And I must come in with my book at $300. I must have 300 with me, please, on the book at 300.
Sorry.
That's all right. 300 with me. Thank you. Paddle 61, you'll have to go again. With my book at 300. 320 they go. I must go 340. 340 on the book. For this $half. Square 2, large 8, 360 now. My book is out. On Spink Live at $360. Graded AU53 at 360 now. This square 2, large 8 variety at $360. And holding, if we're all done, I will sell. Fair warning. And sold 360.
1-61.
1-61 again, thank you. Moving on to lot 197, and we another capped bust $half on offer today. This time dated 1832 and in about very fine condition, and I see a new place on Spink Live at $140. Paddle 245 at $140. It's 1832 example at 140. If there's no protest, we will sell to the maiden Spink Live bidder at 140. Fair warning, and sold 140.
1-245.
1-245, thank you. I just saw the TV might be turning off in 5 minutes.
You better be quick.
Moving on to lot 198. And again, the book is out as the pre-bidding has done it and taken us all the way up to $1,200. $1,200 for this proof-like $half of 1879, seated Liberty type. Only 4,800 of these were issued, so a lovely rarity on offer today, and 1,300 new place now, with paddle 83 at 1,300. Brilliant field, much as issued. PL62 at 1,300 and holding. If we're all done, I will sell to Spink Live at $1,300. Fair warning, and sold 1,300.
1-83.
83, thank you. Moving on to lot 199 for the Barber $half of 1802, and I must come in with my book at $1,000, please. With my book at $1,000. Only 777 of these were struck.
Sorry, did you say you did on the book?
I did at 1,000, please. With me at 1,000. This PF64 issue. Proof $half at 1,000. The book still has it at $1,000. If there's no protest, I will sell to the book. Fair warning. And sold 1,000 to IN1002. And we move to lot 200 with the Walking Liberty issues. Another proof issue on offer here. Please note the no AW initial example here. Graded, that can't be right, graded PR 68. Thank you. PR not 88, no, they don't go up to 100 yet. And I see 3,000 is bid. 3,000 with the auto bidder at 3,000 for this rather fantastic choice uncirculated example. Proof 68. Still now at 3,000 and holding for this no AW example at 3,000. Pre-bidding has done it.
That's the initials of the engraver. Adult volume.
I'm aware, yeah. Fair warning and sold.
1-35.
Thank you. Moving on to lot 201. And we come to the last of the $half on offer today. Another Walking Liberty, but this example, just the currency type, dated 1941, with a lovely grade, MS64, and IC. $55 is bid. Who wants to take on the auto bidder at 55 now? Originally from the Wilhelm Wildegger collection, sold through Spink back in 2019, and I see 55. Still with the auto bidder at $55. For this mint state example at 55 and holding. If we're all done, I will sell to the pre-bidder at 50. No, we're not. 60 and 65. A last late flurry of bids takes us to $65 now. At 65, they've noticed the grade, MS64. Still with my auto bidder, paddle 12 at 65. Speak live, now's your time. If not, holding at $65. Fair warning. 70, 75. Considered bidding, climbing up to 75 now. At $75. Still with the auto bidder, paddle 125. Your next bid is $80. Still at 75. Paddle 12 with the auto bidder 80 and 85. Yes, they do. Climbing steadily now to 85. At 85 for our last $half on offer today. That's $85. A nice provenance and a nice grade, holding at $85. Are we all done? The gavel goes up. Fair warning. And sold 85.
1-12.
1-12. Thank you. And now I will pass over to Greg, and he will take us through our dollars and on to the rest of the US coins. There you go.
Here it comes.
What have I done?
You
What did I do?
go for trying to be the next president.
I'm trying to be the next president. That would be denouncing my citizenry here in the UK. Excellent. Thank you, Georgie, and congratulations on a magnificent new world record for the King's College prize medal. And we move to lot 202, the wonderful silver dollar of 1799, heralding 19th century. And we have $8,500 is bid at $8,500 on Spink Live at $8,500 for the AU55 graded 1799/8 Philadelphia dollar. Beautiful looking coin, that's beautifully toned at $8,500. Rarity 4 and $8,500 is bid at $8,500. My book is out. It's all on Spink Live at $8,500. I see you online. It's not here in the room. It's $8,500 then, and I will sell it if there's no further protest. Last and final call at $8,500. Thank you very much. Thank you.
1-135.
1-135. Your underbidder was IN 1012. Lot 203. We move on to the second of these. Slightly lesser standard, but I have 3,002, 3,4, 3,6, 3,8, $4,000 is bid. At $4,000, all on Spink Live at $4,000. At $4,000, the $1799 by Robert Scott, legendary artist from early America at $4,000. At $4,000 it is then. If there's no further protest, I see all 30, 40 of you online at the moment. Now's your opportunity to bid. But if not, we will sell it at $4,000. Last and final call at $4,000. Thank you very much. 4,000.
1-51.
1-51. Your underbidders that time 1-139. Lot 204 is withdrawn. So we move to lot 205. And we have the group of three, the Triple Morgan dollars. George T. Morgan's famous sign, 1878. For New Orleans, 1879 for San Francisco. And 1879 also San Francisco. PCGS grades, or rather PCGS MS64, PCGS MS65, and NGC MS64. Choice, mint fresh uncirculated with that beautiful toning on the back there. For those inclined, $340 is bid. At $340 for the trio of early issue Morgan dollars at $340. At 340, 7 tail feathers each of those at $340. At 340, 360. Thank you. Welcome back. 245. At 360, does anyone want to take them on? The trio of Morgan dollars, MS64 and MS65. Nice high grades these. PCGS choice grades and NGC to match. At $360, we will sell if there's no further protest. Last and final call at $360 at the start of the Morgan dollar run. At 360. Thank you very much. 360.
245.
245. Lovely. Lot 206. And here we have 6 more of them, all illustrated there. All ungraded, but we have 1879 Philadelphia, 1883 Philadelphia, 1884 New Orleans, 1885 Philadelphia, 87 Philadelphia, 99 New Orleans. Nice group of 6 there, generally uncirculated, $280, $300 is called. At $300 for the group of 6, at $300. At $300. 320 is called, thank you, at 320. Basically melt value at the moment at $320. Is there any advance on 320? At $320 on Spink Live. And we want to take them on at $320. We'll sell it at $320 if there's no further protest. Last and final call at $320. Thank you.
1-35.
1-35, lovely. Lot 207. We move on to the group of 4 Morgan dollars. NGC graded 63 through 65. We have 1880 San Francisco, 1880 San Francisco MS63, 1881 San Francisco, and 1883 New Orleans. Nice group of 4 there. And we go straight at 380, 400, 420, 440, 460, 480, 500, 50, 600. 650 is called. 650 with me on the book at 650. At $650. Who wants to take me on? At $650 against you on Spink Live. It's with my book at $650. The group of 4 mint state Morgan dollars. There they are. Beautiful toning on some of these. At $650 with me. On the book against John Spink Live, if you're out of puff and out of protest, it'll sell then to the book against John Spink Live at $650. Thank you very much. 650, and the winner was IN1011, under it being 109. Lot 208, we move on to the Wild West and my favorite Carson City. Nevada silver here, 1884 CC. And we have $280 bid. At 280, can you push me to 300, please, Nick, to split up the book bids? 300, thank you, knocks my book out. It's $300 now on Spink Live. The MS64 graded, 1884 Carson City dollar. 320, even better, $320. Some attractive, some toning on the back there, lovely looking thing. That's $320. The MS64 graded Carson City dollar at $320. Is there any advance on 320? All on Spink Live, we'll sell it for $320. The MS64 graded Morgan at $320 if there's no further protest. Last and final call at $320. Thank you. 320.
1-35.
1-35. Lovely. Lot 209. We move on to the group of 10, 1884 New Orleans dollars. All 1884 O's, and we go straight in at $550. At $550. Practically melt value at $550. 600 is called. Thank you at $600. Mint fresh surfaces uncirculated. $600 is bid. At $600, is there any advance on $600? At $600 for the 10 1884 O New Orleans Morgans at $600. We will sell them at $600 if there's no further protest. Last and final call at $600. Fair warning. Thank you. At $600.
1-245.
1-245. Staying along to the end and securing a great lot there. Lot 210. We have some more mint state graded coins. Both one PCGS MS63, the 1885 San Francisco, and the other an MS64 proof-like Morgan dollar of 1885 New Orleans, and you can see that in the photos captured there very nicely. And $460 is bid for the pair of these, at $460. At $460 for the pair of San Fran and New Orleans, one with the NGC MS64 proof-like designation. At $460, are we done with a pair of these at $480? No, we're not. Try again, paddle 57. It's $480 against you. You've hit an auto bid maximum. One more bid will take it back to you. At $480 against you. At $480. Are we all done then? Are we selling it at $480? Last and final call against you, paddle 57. $20 more may secure it for you. At $480 then, last and final call. Thank you.
1-87.
1-87. Lot 211. And we have 4 in the lots. Some more NGC PCGS mint state graded, 1887 Philadelphia, MS63, MS63 1888 for New Orleans, MS64 $1896 Philadelphia, just 1 year out from that magical 1895 date, and a PCGS MS65 1899 New Orleans. Beautiful group here with that. Look at that coloration on that, fantastic. $360 is bid for the quartet of Morgan dollars at $360. At $360, is there any advance on 360? With the maiden bid on Spink Live at 360, 380 to advance me, please. 245 or 87 if you'd like it. At $360 for the quartet of Morgans from the late 1880s and early 1890s. At $360, then we will sell it if there's no further protest. Last and final call at 360. Thank you.
1-249.
1-249, lovely. Lot 212 and more New Orleans, $10 and all 1890 O's. And plenty more interest in these. Obviously, someone looking for the mint marks. And we go in at 600, 650, 700, 750, 800, 850, 900 is called. At $900 on Spink Live at 900. At 900, my book is out. It's $900 on Spink Live. To the group of 10, 1890 O, New Orleans Morgans at $900. At $900, are we all done? At $900 then, last and final call at $900, we will sell. Last call. Thank you at 900.
1-35.
1-35, lovely. Lot 213, we move on to the 1894 New Orleans Morgan dollar. 1894 O, NGC AU details, whizzed is the grade, but we go straight at $120. A scarce date this. Good, very fine is our grade with some bag marks and brightness. 130 is bid. $130 at 130. The 1894 O, scarce a date at 130. Is there any advance on 130 with the maiden live bid? At $130. At $130. At 130 then, if we're all done, we'll sell it at 130 if there's no further protest. Last and final call at $130. Thank you.
1-57.
57, lovely. Lot 214. And we have 1898 O, New Orleans. We've obviously got some rolls of New Orleans dollars here. Fantastic. From the deep south, 650, 700 is called. At $700 now on the book with me, it's 700. At $700, 750 beats me. At $750 now then, at 750. At 750 for the 1898 O, 10 Morgan dollars. 750 then. Are we selling them at 750 if there's no further protest? Last and final call at $750. Thank you very much. 750.
1-35.
1-35. You're on a bit of that time as IN 1011, exactly as before. Lot 215. Galloping along now. More 1898 O, $10. And we go straight in at $550 for this. At $550. I'm sure there's more in the tank. I booked bids for the last one, but I don't have them for this one. So it's open to play at $550. Barely melt value for this constitutional silver lot of 10 Morgan dollars of 1898 at $550. At $550. Is there any advance? Anyone want to take 600 for the group? At $550. At $550. At $550. Are we all done now then? Are we selling it at $550? It's an absolute steal at $550. Thank you.
1-104.
1-104, lovely. Lot 216, we've got some more NGC and PCGS graded Morgans here, 4 of them in the lot. We've got 1904 O, MS65. We have a 63 proof-like Morgan of 1904 O again. We've got a 1921 Philadelphia MS64, and we have an NGC MS62 1921 Philadelphia. 4 on the lot, all nicely graded, and we have 2 conflicting bids of $340. So we'll start there at $340. At $340. At $340, anyone wants to take them on? At $340, you'll need more paddle 125. It's $340 against you. At $340. At $340. At $340. Are we all done now then? At $340. At $340. Are we all done now? At $340 then. Last and final call at $340. If you're absolutely sure 125, it's against you at $340. Thank you.
1-62.
1-62. Lot 217, we move on to the peace dollars. And we have a paltry bid of $80 for this, the 1922 Philadelphia, at $85 now, $85. There's 2 in the lot here, a 1922 and a 1924, so barely silver value at the moment. 2 in the lot at $85 only. Remember that, there are 2 peace dollars here, $85 for the pair of peace dollars, 2 in the lot. At $85. $85, is there any advance on $85 the pair of 1922 and 1924 piece dollars? At $85 for the pair. At $85, is there any advance on $85 the pair of these? We'll sell them at $85 if there's no further protest. 90, thank you, there is. At $90, yes, you've woken up. $45 each for a silver dollar. So a nice price that at $90. 95 is next, thank you. Why not say 100, paddle 50? Try again. 100 is cool. Thank you. 110 if you'd like it. 128. It's 2 piece dollars in the lot. 2 piece dollars. 1922 and 1924. Both Philadelphia issues. Mint bloom, extremely fine. Lightly bag mark, lustrous, extremely fine. $100 is the bid for the pair. Do you want to go 110, paddle 128? It's $100 against you. At $100 then, we'll sell it at $100 if therethere's no further protest for the pair of piece dollars at $100. Last and final call at $100. Fair enough.
1-50.
1-50, lovely, thank you. Lot 218, we move on to the 1923 MS64 graded piece dollar. Handsome coin this by Anthony de Francisci. Beautiful design for the 1920s, and we must go in with 2 book bids of $100. So any advance on $100. This MS64 graded piece dollar at $100. At $100, 110 is cool, thank you. $110 now on Spink Live at 110. At $110. Pretty coin this at $110. One of my favorites, the American series, a beautiful Francisci issue of Liberty. At $110 then. Fair warning then at $110. We will sell at $110 if there's no further protest. Last and final call at $110. Thank you.
1-50.
1-50. And 1006 was your underbidder. Lot 219. And we move on to nice folio of American silver dollars. Again, the stirring design after Adolph Weinman and John Mercanti, including the 1986, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94 times 2, 95 times 4, 96, 7, 8 times 5, 1999, 2000, 201, all the way through to 2010, plus the 2014. 30 in the album. 30 silver eagles, all of 999 fine standard. And we have $1,700 bid at $1,700 for the 30 silver eagles, 1986 to 2014. That's interesting. It says 35, but then it says 30. Good stuff. I'll go with a 30, safer option. $1,700 is bid. $1,700. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, does count as 35 based on the listing. So it's either 30 or 35, a magic 35. We will sell it as 30. $1,700 is the bid for 30 silver eagles at $1,700. Are we all done now then? From the first of the issue right the way through 2010 plus to 2014 for good measure. $1,700 is bid. Are we all done then? Are we selling it at $1,700 if there's no further protest? Thank you very much indeed at $1,700. Thank you.
1-27.
1-27. Lot 220. Collection of US silver. We've got piece dollars, Morgan dollars, there they are. Philippines large peso silver dollars. And of course, we've got the Ike proof silver dollars, 1971S, curious issues. With the 40% silver issues for San Francisco only. And we have plenty of constitutional silver in there, $27 or quarter dollars. Plenty of interest in there. Shall we say $600 to start me on this group of 27 constitutional US silver issues? 600, yes. Start me at 600. Why not? At $600. You've got half dollars, Standing Liberty quarters, Washington quarters, Philippine pesos. Plenty of interest there, plenty of Morgan dollars, and $600. Why not at $600? Any interest at $600? This group of silver at $600. I'll give you fair warning then, if there's no further protest at $600. Last and final call at $600. And not today. Lot 221. We move on to the run of gold. And we have the pair of gold dollars, the Princess Head and the Liberty Head, 1853 and 1857. And we have 2 conflicting bids of $400. At $400. At $420 is called, thank you, $420. The pair of gold dollars. See one that's been an amount, and the other looking lustrous and splendid. And $420 is bid at $420. The Liberty Head and the Indian Head, or Princess Head series by James B. Longacre. Beautiful pair here. and $420 is bid at 420. Are we all done then? Are we selling at 420 if there's no further protest? Last and final call at 420 and we sell. Thank you.
1-61.
1-61, ION 1001 was your underbidder. Lot 222. And we move on to another splendid highlight of our auction today, our celebratory auction of American numismatica, ephemera, jewelry, silver screen, and sporting memorabilia, and paper currency, of course. It's paper currency in the world of the United States. Treasury notes, satirical pamphlets, photographs, even of a last baseman grounding at last base, or whatever's going on there. I tease, of course. We are on one of these splendid cap bust quarter eagles, last in the series, extremely sought after. Only 6,812 actually struck in Philadelphia for the quarter eagle of $2.50 by Robert Scott. And we have an NGC grade of AU53, a strong grade, and $14,000 is bid at $14,000 on Spink Live at $14,000. At $14,000, $15,000, thank you, at $15,000. At $15,000 for the AU53, straight graded. 807, cat bust. $2.50 at $16,000. Now, $16,000 a strong bid at $16,000. Do I say 17 from you, 116? It's $16,000 for the rare last year of issue 1807 quarter eagle at $16,000. At $16,000. Very fine. The last year of issue, only 6,812 struck. Extremely sought after pre-1834 issue this. At $16,000. At $16,000, is there any advance on $16,000 from you, paddle 116? It's $16,000 against you. Try 16.5. Why not? Give them the cut bid option. Why not? Playing coy. 16,500 if you'd like it, 116. We'll give you the cut bid option. Why not? It's $16,000. At $16,000. If you're here in the room, you'd get that option now. It's $16,000 against you. 16.5 to advance me, please, 116. It's $16,000. Are we selling it then? At $16,000 if there's no further protest from you, 116. A lovely coin this going to a new home for a splendid price at $16,000. Last and final chance at $16,000. An ultra rarity yet again crossing the block here at Spink at $16,000. Last and final call. Thank you, at 16,000.
1-149.
149, congratulations there. And lot 223, the significant gold coin bracelet again with another 1807. Gold $2.50, quarter eagle, accompanied with the Sardinia Charles Emmanuel IV, the France Louis XIV Louis d'Or, the Louis XVIII 20 francs, the Columbia Escudo, the two escudos of Charles IV, and the Yao V Cortino of Lisbon. And $9,000 is requested for this splendid gold bracelet, pretty much at its belt value, at $9,000. At $9,000. Are we looking at $9,000 here? At $9,000, any interest at $9,000? At $9,000. At $9,000. At $9,000. An attractive opening price. I'll give you fair warning at $9,000. If there's no further protest, at $9,000, last and final call at $9,000. Now's your opportunity. And there it is at $9,000. Thank you, at $9,000. Are we all done then? If there's no further protest, someone's made their move at $9,000. Last and final call at $9,000. Thank you very much.
1-54.
1-54, congratulations, staying along till the end as we move to lot 224. Another lovely, sumptuous proof. This time the PF61 graded quarter eagle of 1900 for Philadelphia, and XCAC certification with PCGS. At the time, $2,200 is bid. $2,200 at $2,200 on Spink Live at $2,200. Is there any advance on $2,200 on Spink Live at 2.2? There's no further protest at $2,200. Only 205 pieces struck, and only half that number believed it stands today. Running the piece substantially rarer than the equivalent English proofs. So true. $2,200 is the bid though today, and that will secure it if there's no further protest. Last and final call at $2,200. Thank you.
1-83.
1-83. Lovely. Lot 225. We move on to the beautiful, attractive Panama Pacific Exposition Quarter Eagle of 1915, struck San Francisco. The designs by Charles Barber and George Morgan. with Columbia holding the Caduceus, while seated on a hippocamp. Beautiful looking coin, this 1915S, and we go straight at $2,400. NGC MS63, lovely grade this at $2,400. Forget the opening estimate, only 6,749 struck. $2,400 is bid at $2,400. This beautiful coin at $2,400. Is there any advance on 2-4? At $2,400, then we will sell it, all with the pre-bidding at $2,400. Thank you very much.
1-89.
1-89, congratulations there. Lot 226, we move on to the Indian Head series. They have a beloved series by Bellaline Pratt, the Czech artist for the US Mint. This one struck at Philadelphia in 1929, the year of the Great Wall Street crash. What the hell's going on there? $650. For some reason, Spotify just started playing Bella Ciao. Very strange. At $650. At $650. Are we all done now then? Are we selling it at $650? The last year of issue, the 1929 Quarter Eagle at $650. Thank you.
1-13.
1-13. Lot 227. The classic head half eagle by William Neese from 1836. Beautiful looking coin. This beautiful natural old tone. And we go straight in at $1,800. The 1836 $5 piece. The 60th anniversary of the independence. 1836 Philadelphia, $5. At $1,800 is the bid. At $1,800, $1,900, $2,000 is called that. $2,000. At $2,000. At $2,000. At $2,000 against you, 116. You will need more. It's $2,000 against you. They're a lovely 1836 natural, original, toned 1836 $5, the half eagle at $2,000 then. If you're out of puff 116 at $2,000, we will sell it against you at $2,000. Last and final call at $2,000. Fair warning at $2,000. Thank you.
1-35.
1-35. Thank you anyway. Lots 228. We move on to the coronet head, or just Liberty head. Half eagle, Philadelphia 1899. And we go straight in with two bids of $1,000. $1,000, please. With me at $1,000. At $1,000. At 1,000. 1,100. Thank you. At 1,100 now. Beats me at 1,100. The NGC MS63 graded Liberty head eagle of half eagle of 1899 at $1,100. At $1,100. Are we all done now then? Are we selling it at $1,100 if there's no further protest? Last and final call at $1,100. Thank you.
1-2.
1-2. Lot 229, exactly the same again. The MS63 grade 1899. Oh, excuse me. Lot 229, again MS63 grade at 1903. This time it says £5. I think they mean $5. We haven't suddenly dropped into English currency. It's the $5 of 1903. And $1,100 is bid again. At $1,100 is bid again. At $1,100. So lot 229, the MS63 graded, $1,100 then. There's no further protest. It's all with the Spink Live pre-bids at $1,100. Thank you very much.
1-2.
1-2. Doubling up there. Lot 230, we move on to the capped, Liberty capped. I think that's known as the capped bust variety, or turban head variety even, of 1801 $10 piece by Robert Scott. And it's the 1801 $10, a nice scarce coin this. And you see graded XF details improperly cleaned. Unfortunate so, but $7,000 is bid, $7,500 is bid. At $7,500, $8,000 is called, $8,000 now. The 1801 $10 eagle, the highest denomination struck pre-1834, of course, at $8,000. At $8,000, this lovely capped bust or turban head eagle of 1801 at $8,000, a nice piece of early Americana. At $8,000, we will sell. Last and final chance, $8,000. Thank you very much. 8,000.
1-87.
1-87. Your underbidder was IN 1013. Lot 231. We move on to the eagle, the Liberty Head Eagle of 1880. There it is, and we are looking for $1,800 to start me here. Any interest at $1,800? Interest at $1,800 for the 1880 Eagle at $1,800. Any interest at $1,800? Shall we try $1,600 then? Try $1,600 on this. At $1,600. at $1,600. Why not? Try $1,600 for the 1880 Eagle. At $1,600, I'll give you fair warning. Last and final chance at $1,600. Not today. Lot 232, and we move on to the 1879 Double Eagle by James Barton Longacre. And we are looking for, shall we say, $3,400. Start me here. Any interest at $3,400? The 1879 $20 piece at $3,400. Any interest at $3,400? I'll give you fair warning. Last and final chance at $3,400. And not today. Lot 233. And we move on to our last mint represented today, the West Point Mint, modern issue, of course. This one, the Proof Palladium Eagle of $25, struck in 2018 at West Point. Again, after the design by Al Feynman, but 1 ounce in 9995 pure palladium. And with the spot price of palladium just over $1,250 an ounce. Not much over spot at $1,500 for this PCGS PR70 Deep Cameo. Rare issue in palladium at $1,500. We've had all the metals today: copper, gold, silver, bronze, and palladium. $1,500 now, at $1,500, all with the pre-bid at $1,500. Are we all done at $1,500 then? For the penultimate lot of the 250th America Celebratory Auction here at Spink at $1,500 then, if there's no further protest. Last call at $1,500. Thank you.
1-23.
1-23. And there it is, just agonizingly short of our 250th number of lots. At 234 we fall with our last lot of today's auction. Again, the West Point issue 2017 $100 gold 1 ounce by Justin Kuntz and Michael Gaudioso. With Eagle flying, nice red sterling rendition here of the gold Eagle. And $3,800 is bid at $3,800. At $3,800. The 225th anniversary. At $3,800. Are we all done now then? Are we all done now at $3,800? For the last time today then, at $3,800. We will sell it at $3,800 if there's no further protest. Thank you. That's sold.
1-93.
1-93. And that leaves me only to thank you all for your participation, all 300 of you registering online from all over the world. Thank you for joining us for this wonderful and highly important and world record setting auction. Another one yet again from the Spink rostrum here in London. And we look forward to you joining us tomorrow for yet more exciting thrills and spills from the medal department, including that wonderful series of early American Revolutionary War Naval General Service medals, the Shannon with Chesapeake, the Chateauguay, all on offer tomorrow. Some fantastic objects. So thank you once again. I'll wish you a very pleasant evening, morning, afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again soon. Good night. Yay. Okay. I think Georgie deserves a